Greetings, fellow fans. You're tuned into Gringotts Hub, presenting to you today. Gringotts ritual revealed Harry was the last true sovereign of all magic, and both Dark Lords had to kneel immediately. Show some love by liking and subscribing. Enjoy the story ahead. Chapter 1, The Vault Beneath Everything. The owl arrived at 4 in the morning. Harry was already awake when it came, sitting on the edge of his bed at number 4, Privet Drive, watching the sky outside his window go through that strange slow transformation from black to the particular shade of bruised purple that meant dawn was still an hour away. He'd been awake most of the night, which wasn't unusual. What was unusual was that for once it wasn't nightmares keeping him up. It was something else, a low, persistent hum in his chest, like a string on an instrument being plucked by fingers he couldn't see. It had started around midnight and hadn't stopped. He noticed the owl before it even landed. A large tawny bird with amber eyes that caught the streetlight, carrying not one letter but 3, bound together with a black ribbon that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it. It landed on his windowsill with the particular dignity of a creature that knew its errand was important. Harry untied the letters. The ribbon fell away on its own. The first was from Hermione, timed perfectly for midnight because of course it was. Happy birthday, Harry. 17. Can you believe it? Ron and I will meet you at the Leaky Cauldron at 9. Don't be late. I've arranged something important. The second was from Ron, which said, in its entirety, mate. 17. Fire whiskey. Just kidding. Mom would actually murder me. See you at 9. Harry smiled at both and set them aside. The third letter had no sender's address. The envelope was made of something that wasn't quite parchment. It was too heavy, too warm, with a faint texture like very old stone. The seal on the back was a crest Harry didn't recognize, a lion, a serpent, an eagle, and a badger, but arranged not in competition the way the Hogwarts crest displayed them, all 4 facing inward and bowing toward a single point at the center. At the center of the crest was a crown. Not elaborate or decorative. Just a plain, clean circle. Harry broke the seal. Mr. Potter, it read, in the precise, slightly archaic script of Gringotts Bank. You are hereby formally notified that upon reaching your 17th year, a mandatory inheritance right has been triggered in your name. This is not optional, nor is it subject to delay. You are required to present yourself at Gringotts, Diagon Alley, no later than 9 o'clock on the morning of your birthday. Failure to appear will result in the Rite proceeding in absentia, with results that would be significantly less comfortable for all parties involved. Come prepared for a full morning. Bring nothing. The vault will provide. Gornick, Senior Vault Manager, Inheritance and Legacy Division. Harry read it twice. Then he looked at the crest again, at those 4 creatures bowing toward the center. He'd never heard of a mandatory inheritance right. He'd certainly never known he had one scheduled. Which meant either Dumbledore hadn't told him, which, given recent history, felt entirely plausible, or Dumbledore himself hadn't known. Harry wasn't sure which option bothered him more. He got dressed in the dark, packed his trunk out of habit rather than necessity, and sat back down on the bed. The hum in his chest was louder now. He pressed his palm flat against his sternum like he could quiet it, but it didn't quiet. It deepened, if anything, becoming less a sound and more a sensation, warm and oddly electric, like the moment just before lightning. He wrote back to Hermione. Already have somewhere to be at 9. Gringotts. Mandatory inheritance right, come if you want, I have no idea what it is. Don't tell Ron it might be boring. Tell him there's a chance of fire. He sent the owl and watched it vanish into the purple sky. Below him, the house was silent. The Dursleys wouldn't stir for another 2 hours. Harry sat in the quiet and turned 17, and felt the hum in his chest change, felt it shift, on the exact stroke of midnight, into something that resonated through his bones like a bell being struck, clear and enormous and somehow final. He didn't sleep after that. Hermione was waiting outside the Leaky Cauldron at 8:15, which meant she'd arrived at 8. Ron was beside her, eating something wrapped in paper that smelled like sausage, his red hair catching the early morning sun. They both looked up when Harry stepped out of the Muggle Street into the magical entrance, and for a moment something passed over Hermione's face, something quick and analytical, the look she got when she noticed something that didn't fit her existing data. "You look different," she said. "Happy birthday," Ron said, through a mouthful of sausage. "Thanks." Harry glanced at himself in the warped reflection of the pub's window. He looked like himself. Same untidy hair, same scar, same glasses. But Hermione wasn't wrong. There was something about the way he was standing, maybe. More settled, somehow. Like a piece of furniture that had finally been moved into the right room. Different how? I don't know yet. Hermione fell into step beside him as they moved through the leaky cauldron toward the back entrance to Diagon Alley. "What exactly is a mandatory inheritance right?" "I looked it up last night after your owl came. And I found almost nothing, which is either because the texts I have access to are incomplete, which is likely, or because the rite is so rare that almost no one living has undergone one." She paused. "The one reference I did find was in archaic practices of the old blood families, which described it as a rite that can only be triggered by a core of sufficient ancestral complexity. It said, and this is a direct quote, that such rites are not performed for the witch or wizard but are instead performed by the magic itself, using the wizard as its instrument." Harry processed that. "So the magic does it to me, not for me. Essentially. Cheerful. I thought so too." Ron had finished his sausage roll and was now paying attention. "What exactly happens in these things?" "I have no idea," Hermione admitted, which was clearly causing her some distress. "No source I found gave specifics. They all just said the results were," she hesitated. "Significant," Harry finished, because that was exactly the kind of word books used when they didn't want to explain something properly. "Yes." Diagon Alley was quiet at this hour, the shops not yet fully open, the cobblestones still carrying the cool of early morning. Their footsteps echoed. Gringotts stood at the end of the alley the way it always did, vast and white and faintly imperious, like it had existed before everything around it and expected to exist long after. The dragon carvings on the upper spires caught the morning light. The goblin guards at the entrance watched the three of them approach with expressions that were more attentive than usual. One of the guards stepped forward as they reached the steps. "Harry Potter?" "Yes. You're expected." The goblin looked at Ron and Hermione. "The principals plus 2 witnesses are permitted. These are your chosen witnesses?" Harry looked at his friends. "Yes." The goblin nodded, turned, and led them inside without further ceremony. The main banking hall was half occupied with early morning goblins processing transactions, the chandeliers blazing despite the early hour. But they weren't taken toward the regular teller windows. Instead, the goblin led them past the grand main hall, through a door to the right that Harry had never noticed before. It was set into the marble wall with such precision that it was nearly invisible, just a hairline seam and a handle shaped like a coiled serpent eating its own tail. Through the door was a corridor that felt older than anything Harry had experienced in the wizarding world. The walls were rough-hewn stone, not polished marble. The ceiling was low. Torches burned in brackets that looked like they'd been forged when fire was a new invention. The air smelled like deep earth and old metal and something else, something Harry couldn't name, something that made the hum in his chest immediately and dramatically intensify. He kept his breathing steady. They were brought to a room at the end of the corridor. It was circular, perhaps 20 feet across, with a domed ceiling carved with script in a language Harry didn't recognize, sharp angular letters that nonetheless seemed, at the edges of his vision, like they were almost making sense. In the center of the room was a stone basin, roughly 4 feet across, filled with something that wasn't water. It was thicker than water, and it moved on its own, slow, deliberate rotations, the color shifting between silver and deep gold and occasionally something that was neither color nor light but occupied the space where both might have been. At a stone desk beside the basin sat a goblin who was older than any Harry had ever seen. His skin was the texture and color of ancient parchment. His eyes were amber, sharp, and carrying an expression that Harry couldn't entirely read, something between professional neutrality and suppressed, urgent interest. "Mr. Potter." The goblin rose. He was short even by goblin standards, but the way he stood made the room feel arranged around him. "I am Ragnarok, Director of Gringotts. I have personally overseen this rite today because of what our preliminary assessments have indicated." Harry shook his hand. Ragnarok's grip was iron. "What have the preliminary assessments indicated?" Ragnarok looked at him for a moment. "Something we have been watching for 3 centuries. He gestured toward the basin. "Shall we proceed?" The rite itself is simple. You place your hand flat on the surface of the Veritas sign, the substance in the basin. Your magical core will do the rest. It takes approximately 20 minutes. You may feel discomfort. What kind of discomfort? The kind that comes from having your true self accurately measured for the first time. Ragnarok said it entirely without irony. Your witnesses may stand at the perimeter. They are not to touch the basin. Hermione gripped Harry's arm briefly, quick, firm, and then gone. Ron clapped him on the shoulder. Harry stepped forward, looked down at the Veritas sign, which swirled quietly in its basin like it had been waiting, and placed his hand flat on its surface. The room exploded with light. Not the kind that blinded. The kind that revealed. Every stone in the walls seemed to become translucent, the inscriptions on the ceiling blazing so white they threw shadows backward. The Veritas sign rose around Harry's hand, not splashing, not spilling, just rising, drawn upward like it was answering a summons, wrapping itself around his wrist and climbing his arm in slow, deliberate spirals. Harry felt it the moment it reached his shoulder. It wasn't painful. It was the single most correct sensation he'd ever experienced, like every ill-fitting piece of himself being simultaneously pressed into its proper shape. It moved into his chest and found the hum became a roar, became something vast and ancient and entirely his, and for exactly one breathless second Harry Potter understood, not with his mind but with something older than his mind, exactly what he was. Then the light collapsed inward, the Veritas sign dropped back into the basin, and Harry was standing exactly where he'd been, breathing hard. Ragnarok was no longer sitting. He was standing at the side of the basin, and his expression had changed completely. The professional neutrality was gone. What replaced it was something that Harry had never expected to see on a goblin's face: reverence. Tempered and controlled, but absolutely genuine. "Well," Ragnarok said quietly. "What happened?" Hermione's voice came from behind Harry, tight with the effort of not asking 12 questions simultaneously. "The rite has completed." Ragnarok moved to his desk and opened a drawer, removing a scroll that was bound in the same not quite parchment as the letter Harry had received that morning. "The reading is extensive. I will summarize first, and then provide the documentation in full." He looked at Harry with those amber eyes. "Mr. Potter, are you well?" Harry thought about that question. He was standing up. His hands weren't shaking. The roar in his chest had settled back to a hum, but a different kind of hum, deeper, richer, like an instrument that had been properly tuned for the first time. "Yes," he said. "What does it say?" Ragnarok unrolled the scroll. "Your magical core has been assessed at a level that our instruments have not registered since." He paused, checked the scroll, paused again. "Since the instruments were last calibrated to their maximum range, which was 312 years ago. At that time, the calibration was performed in preparation for an inheritance rite that was never triggered. We have been maintaining that calibration ever since." He looked up. "In anticipation." "In anticipation of me?" Harry said. "In anticipation of this." Ragnarok set the scroll on the stone desk and spread it flat. "Mr. Potter, your core reads across all 7 branches of magic simultaneously and completely. Not partially, Not with one branch dominant as in every other witch or wizard we have ever assessed. All 7, in perfect and equal balance. Light and dark, elemental, ancestral, sovereign, wild, and void. The sovereign branch alone is vanishingly rare. No witch or wizard in recorded history has possessed all 7. The Veritas sign has recorded one additional designation, which supersedes all branch designations. Harry waited. Magicus Imperator. Ragnar's voice dropped on the Latin words, not for dramatic effect but with the particular gravity of someone saying something they have rehearsed for years and are still not fully prepared for. In common terms, the last true sovereign of all magic. The living embodiment of magic's authority over itself. The room was so quiet Harry could hear the torches. That's, Hermione started. Impossible, Ron finished, and then immediately corrected himself. Well. No. I mean. Harry. Of course it is. It's not a title that is given, Ragnar said, folding his hands on the desk. It is not inherited in the conventional sense. It does not pass through bloodlines. It waits. It has been waiting since the last sovereign, he turned to a specific point on the scroll. Died without successor 1400 and some years ago. Magic has been choosing ever since. Through generations of family lines, through specific trials, through the accumulation of ancestral resonance. Your mother's sacrifice created the final condition. The love-based protection she wove was not simply powerful magic. It was the last requirement. The sovereign's line requires a single act of pure sovereign magic, magic given freely with no expectation of return. Her death provided it. Harry sat down on the edge of the stone basin. Not because his legs gave way, they didn't, but because he needed a moment to let this arrange itself properly in his head. Voldemort's killing curse, he said. It didn't just fail because of my mum's protection. It failed because it was trying to kill the sovereign. More precisely, magic itself recognized the attempt and refused it. And now. Ragnar picked up the scroll and moved to a section near the bottom. There is one immediate effect that you should be aware of. It has already begun. He looked directly at Harry. Every being in the world who has claimed authority over magic, dominion over magical creatures, over other witches and wizards, over magical law, without true right does so under a form of magical tension that the sovereign's existence resolves. With your designation confirmed, that tension has been released. A pause. Those who have made false claims to magical sovereignty will find that their magic acknowledges the true authority. Some will experience this as an acknowledgement. Others, those with darker souls, will experience it as a compulsion. Hermione's voice was very precise. What kind of compulsion? To yield, Ragnar said. To bow. The silence stretched. You mean, Harry stopped. Tried again. Voldemort. Among others. Yes. At exactly the moment Harry's hand had touched the Veritas sign, in a ruined manor house in the north of England, Lord Voldemort had been in the middle of addressing his inner circle. He had been speaking about the Ministry's latest failings, about the imminence of his final campaign, about the weakness of half-bloods and the treachery of the incompetent. His Death Eaters had been arranged in a wide half-circle, masked and robed, the torchlight catching the silver of Lucius Malfoy's hair and the wild darkness of Bellatrix Lestrange's eyes. Nagini had been curled near the head of the long table, her scales catching the light. Then it happened. It began as a pressure, not physical, not external, but deep inside the magical core itself, as though something that had been coiled under tension for a decade had suddenly been released. Voldemort felt it as a wrongness first, as a disruption, and his red eyes had snapped around the room looking for the cause. And then the pressure became a pull, inexorable and terrible and coming from a direction that wasn't north or south but was down, in the way magic had directions that geography didn't, and Lord Voldemort, who had not bowed to anything living or dead in the entirety of his adult life, felt his knees bend. It lasted only a second. 1 second, no more. His will snapped it shut like a steel trap, and he straightened with the practiced speed of a man who knew that any display of vulnerability in front of his followers meant death. He looked around the room. 3 of the Death Eaters had moved involuntarily. Bellatrix had made a sound, quick, confused, frightened. Lucius Malfoy's hand was on a chair back, white-knuckled. "Leave," Voldemort said. The word dropped into the room like a stone into still water, and every Death Eater in the room was out the door within 30 seconds. Even Bellatrix, who normally required specific permission to breathe, went without a word. Alone, Voldemort stood in the torchlit room with his hands behind his back and his eyes fixed on the middle distance. He was thinking, which he did in the precise, merciless way of a man who had trained his mind to be the most powerful thing in his arsenal. He catalogued what he had felt, the pull, the wrongness, the direction of it. He parsed the sensation with the attention of a master legilimens reading a memory. Something had been recognized. Something had been confirmed. He crossed to the window and stood looking out at the grey northern morning, and his expression was perfectly still, and anyone watching would have seen nothing except composure. But Nagini, who knew him better than any human ever had, lifted her head and tasted the air and made a sound that in her language meant something close to fear. Voldemort didn't look at her. "Potter," he said, very quietly. Back in the circular chamber at Gringotts, Ragnarok had moved aside a section of the stone wall, not a door, exactly, but a section that simply ceased to be solid when he pressed a specific carved inscription, to reveal a second corridor. This one went down. "There is one more matter," Ragnarok said. "The Sovereign's vault." "There's a vault," Harry said. "There has always been a vault. It has been waiting for 1400 years for the correct heir." Ragnarok looked almost amused, in the particular way goblins expressed something adjacent to amusement, a slight sharpening of the eyes. "Its contents are considerable." Harry looked at Hermione, who was already moving toward the corridor with her jaw set in the expression that meant she was physically restraining herself from running. Ron looked like Christmas had come 8 months early. "Lead the way," Harry said. They went down. The corridor curved and descended, and the walls changed as they went, the rough-hewn stone giving way to something smoother and darker that reflected the torchlight like polished obsidian. The temperature dropped and then reversed, becoming warmer the deeper they went. The angular script appeared again on the walls, and this time Harry didn't look at it from the corners of his eyes. He looked at it directly, and this time, for the first time, it made sense. Not translated, exactly. Not words he knew. But he understood it the way you understood a piece of music, the meaning arriving in the chest before the mind had time to reach for it. It said, as near as he could tell, "Here is the weight. Here is the right. Here is the beginning of all things answerable to magic." The door at the bottom of the corridor was not locked. It wasn't guarded by dragons or curses or riddles. It stood open. It had been standing open, Ragnarok explained without being asked, since the Veritas sign completed the rite. The vault recognizes its owner. It has been prepared. Harry walked through the door. The vault was the size of a cathedral. Not the gloomy, gold-piled vaults of the Malfoys or the cramped stone box of the Potter's modest inheritance. This was something entirely different. The ceiling rose 40 feet above them, arched and carved, and the walls held not piles of gold but shelves, organized with a precision that Hermione visibly responded to. She actually exhaled. The shelves held books, objects, weapons, instruments, sealed containers, rolled scrolls, and dozens of things Harry couldn't immediately identify. In the center of the vault, on a stone plinth, sat a single sealed envelope. Ron turned in a slow circle with his mouth open. "Blimey," he said. Hermione went immediately to the nearest shelf and looked, but didn't touch. "These books, Harry, some of these are first-age texts. These are supposed to be destroyed. All of them are supposed to be destroyed. There are ministry decrees." She stopped. Looked at Harry. "I suppose the ministry's decrees don't exactly apply here, do they?" "No," Harry said. "They don't. And something about the simplicity with which that came out of his mouth, no hesitation, no apology, just the flat certainty of a fact, made Hermione go quiet in a different way. He walked to the stone plinth and picked up the envelope. The same not quite parchment. The same crown seal. He broke it open. The letter inside was not brief. It was written in a hand that was simultaneously ancient and perfectly legible, the kind of handwriting that belonged to someone for whom language was as natural and important as breathing. Harry read it standing at the plinth while Hermione drifted carefully through the shelves and Ron stood near the door watching everything with the alert, practical eyes of someone who had grown up in a family where knowing how to assess a room quickly was a survival skill. The letter was from Merlin. Not a record about Merlin. Not a document regarding Merlin. A personal letter from Merlin Ambrosius, first and last sovereign before Harry, written 1400 years ago and sealed in this vault to wait. It said, in part, you will have questions. I had questions. The difference between us is that you will have been raised in a world that has forgotten what you are, while I was raised in a world that feared it. I do not know which is worse. Probably yours, because at least my enemies knew what they were dealing with. The sovereignty is not what most of the books in this vault will tell you it is. It is not about ruling. It is not about dominion. Those who have confused sovereignty with dominion are those who make the most dangerous rulers, and magic has no use for dangerous rulers. It has produced one sovereign in each age that magic has decided needs recalibration. It has always produced someone who was already, in their bones, opposed to tyranny before they ever knew what they carried. This is not coincidence. What you carry is recognition. Every magic in the world will know what you are. Those who have built their power on claims of false authority, on fear, on dominion without right, on the subjugation of magic to their own will feel your existence as a challenge. They cannot help it. Magic doesn't ask their permission. Neither, I suspect, will you. In this vault you will find everything I gathered in my life, everything I created, everything I could not give away or destroy without loss. It is yours. All of it is yours. But I am not writing this letter to tell you what to do with it. You don't need that from me. I knew, when I sealed this vault, what the next sovereign would be like, because the sovereignty chooses the same type in different forms, stubborn, instinctively protective, congenitally resistant to being told what to do, and constitutionally incapable of leaving an injustice alone. I am writing this letter to tell you that you will be afraid sometimes and that's fine. I was afraid most of the time. Being afraid doesn't mean the power isn't real. It means you're paying attention. One more thing. The two Dark Lords. I say two because I know there will be two. There is always one of the old kind, the conqueror, and one of the new kind, the institutional parasite. Both will resist. Both will fail. Magic does not make promises lightly, but this is one it makes absolutely. A true sovereign cannot be permanently overcome by those who serve false dominion. This is not because you are invincible. It is because the universe does not permit that particular injustice to stand. Do what you were going to do anyway. It was always going to be you. Harry folded the letter carefully and put it in his jacket pocket. He stood for a moment in the vast vault, in the underground stillness, with the weight of 1400 years of preparation settling around his shoulders. He expected to feel crushed by it. He had been crushed by smaller things, by Dumbledore's careful management of his life, by the prophecy, by the grinding years of being the boy who lived without anyone asking what the boy himself thought about that. He didn't feel crushed. He felt, for the first time in his life, like the ceiling was the right height. Harry. Hermione was standing at one of the shelves, her hand hovering half an inch from a book whose spine bore no title. She was looking at him with an expression he couldn't immediately categorize. Are you all right? Yeah. He looked around the vault, at the shelves, at the artifacts, at the near-limitless evidence of what he was. I'm going to need a better bag. Ron laughed, which broke the cathedral hush of the vault into something human and real and manageable. We can sort that. Come on. I think we all need breakfast. In a moment, Harry said. He looked at Ragnar, who had been standing at the vault entrance in the patient way of someone who has been waiting for centuries and found no difficulty in waiting a few minutes more. Ragnar. When you said that beings who have made false claims to magical sovereignty will feel the compulsion to yield, how immediate is that effect? How strong? Ragnar considered. It is already operating. Its strength grows proportionally as you become more comfortable exercising your authority. At present, it is approximately what you experienced in the Rite, a compulsion, not a total override. A strong-willed individual can resist it for short periods. A pause. Lord Voldemort, for instance, is extremely strong-willed. I know, Harry said. But he felt it. Without question. Yes. Harry nodded slowly. He was thinking about a red-eyed man in a dark northern manor, feeling his knees bend, and the fury that would be sitting in his chest right now. He was thinking about what a man like that did with fury, how he weaponized it, how he sharpened it, how he turned it into a plan. He was thinking about the fact that Voldemort was, whatever else he was, the second most intelligent magical mind in Britain, and that the most dangerous moment of this new reality wasn't right now, in this vault, with all this ancient power humming around him. The most dangerous moment would be whenever Voldemort figured out exactly what had happened and decided what to do about it. We should go, he said. We have things to do. He walked back through the open vault door, through the obsidian corridor, past the script that he could now read without effort, up through the ancient tunnels of Gringotts, and out into the cool morning of Diagon Alley, where the sun was fully up now and the shops were opening and an ordinary wizarding day was trying to happen in total ignorance of the fact that everything had just changed. Hermione fell into step beside him immediately. We need to research the full scope of sovereign authority. There are legal implications, the Wisengamot, the Ministry, magical creature law, I know. And Dumbledore. He'll need to know, he'll find out on his own, Harry said. Probably already knows something's happened. We'll hear from him today. He looked sideways at her. What do you actually think, Hermione? Not the research. What do you think? She was quiet for exactly 3 steps. Then, I think Merlin was right. I think it was always going to be you. She paused. I also think you have about 12 hours before the wizarding world falls into complete chaos and we should probably have a plan before then. Yeah. Harry pushed his hands into his jacket pockets, his fingers brushing the edge of Merlin's letter. The hum in his chest was steady and warm and certain. Around them, Diagon Alley went about its business, and the sun was bright overhead, and somewhere in the north of England a Dark Lord was standing at a window and thinking very carefully. Let's get breakfast, Harry said. Then we'll make the plan. Ron punched the air with the enthusiasm of someone who had been hoping someone would say that for the past 45 minutes. Finally. I'm absolutely starving. The 3 of them moved down the alley together, and Harry Potter, who had always walked through this world like a guest who'd accidentally arrived at the wrong party, walked like he owned the street, and maybe the street felt it, because people glanced at him and glanced again, and nobody could have said exactly why, only that there was something different today, something in the way he moved, something that made the morning feel slightly more charged than usual. Magic knew its own. It always did. Chapter 2, The Weight of a Crown. The breakfast was eggs, toast, black pudding, and a pot of tea strong enough to stand a spoon in, eaten at a corner table in the leaky cauldron while Tom the barman watched them from behind the counter with the nervous energy of someone who wanted to ask a question and had decided against it 3 times already. Harry ate quickly, which he always did, a habit from Privet Drive that had never quite left him. Hermione had a notebook out before her tea was cool, writing in the small precise hand she used when she was thinking faster than she was writing. Ron ate with the focused dedication of a man completing important work. Nobody spoke for a few minutes. It was a comfortable silence, the kind built from years of shared danger and shared meals, and Harry sat inside it and let his thoughts arrange themselves without forcing them. The vault. Merlin's letter. Ragnar's careful, measured face when he said the word Imperator. The hum in his chest that had been a strangeness this morning and was now simply him, as natural as his heartbeat. Voldemort's knees bending. He kept coming back to that last one. Not with satisfaction, it wasn't satisfaction, exactly. It was something more like the feeling you got when a chess piece you'd been waiting on for a long time finally moved into position. A kind of grim recognition. Right, Hermione said, not looking up from her notebook. Talk me through exactly what Ragnarok said about the compulsion mechanics. Word for word if you can. Harry repeated it as accurately as he could. She wrote without interrupting. Grows proportionally as you exercise authority, she murmured, underlining something. That's interesting. That means right now you're at, what, minimum effect? Something like that. So Voldemort felt maybe a tenth of what he'll feel when you're, she stopped. Looked up. When you're operating at full capacity. Whatever that means. We need to figure out what that means. She turned the notebook so he could see it. She'd drawn a rough diagram, Harry at the center, with lines radiating outward labeled political, military, institutional, Dark Lord, ancient enemies. This one had a question mark. Merlin's letter mentioned 2 Dark Lords. The Conqueror and the institutional parasite. Voldemort is clearly the Conqueror. Who's the parasite? Harry had been thinking about this since the vault. Dumbledore, Ron said, without any particular drama, looking up from his third piece of toast. Hermione frowned. Dumbledore isn't a Dark Lord. Merlin didn't call them Dark Lords, Harry said carefully. He said one of the old kind and one of the new kind. The institutional parasite, that's someone who uses systems of power to maintain control. Someone who moves pieces without anyone seeing the board. He paused. That could be Dumbledore. Hermione set her quill down. There was a conflict moving across her face that Harry recognized, her profound respect for Dumbledore doing battle with her even more profound commitment to logical conclusions. Logic was winning, but it was a close match. He's not evil, she said finally. I know he's not. But he's been, managing you. For years. Deciding what you know and when you know it. She picked the quill back up. And if Merlin's framework is accurate, that constitutes a kind of false authority. An authority over the sovereign's development that nobody actually had the right to claim. Nobody asked me, Harry agreed. She wrote something and circled it twice. He'll come today. You said it yourself. Before lunch, Harry said, with the certainty of someone who had spent enough time around Albus Dumbledore to understand his response times to significant developments. He was wrong by about 40 minutes. The owl found them as they were walking back through Diagon Alley, Harry carrying a new dragonhide bag that Hermione had insisted on. If you're going to be carting around Merlin's correspondence and sovereign artifacts, you are not putting them in a tattered school rucksack. And Ron examining a new set of Chudley Cannon's merchandise in the window of quality Quidditch supplies with the wistfulness of a man checking in on old friends he couldn't afford to visit. The owl was Fawkes. Not carrying a letter. Just Fawkes himself, the phoenix, descending from the bright morning sky in a long spiral of flame and landing on Harry's outstretched arm with the easy familiarity of a creature that had decided, apparently, that its allegiances were being updated. He regarded Harry with one bright golden eye. Well, Harry said to the phoenix. Hello. Fawkes made a sound, the beginning of a note, the first syllable of something that, if it had continued, would have been the most heartbreaking music Harry had ever heard. Then it stopped, and Fawkes stepped from Harry's arm to his shoulder and sat there with tremendous dignity. Hermione stared. Fawkes just left Dumbledore. Fawkes goes where Fawkes chooses, Harry said. He remembered Dumbledore explaining that once, phoenixes couldn't be owned, only befriended. Their loyalty was genuine or it was nothing. I think he chose. Does this mean Dumbledore knows? It means Dumbledore is about to. The note arrived 10 minutes later, not by owl, but simply there, tucked into the front pocket of Harry's new bag when he reached for Merlin's letter. He had no idea how it got there. He suspected Dumbledore himself wasn't entirely sure how he'd managed it, and that it had cost him something to do it. Harry. The Hog's Head. 1 o'clock. Please. A.D. The please was new. In 6 years of correspondence, Dumbledore had never written please. Harry folded the note and put it in his jacket pocket alongside Merlin's letter. 2 pieces of correspondence from 2 of the most powerful magical minds in history, both written specifically to him, and he was 17 years old today. He felt the absurdity of it, and then felt something underneath the absurdity, not pride, not arrogance, but a kind of bedrock readiness that had apparently been building in him for 17 years without his being conscious of it. He looked at Ron and Hermione. 1 o'clock. Hog's Head. Want to come? Obviously, they said together. They spent the morning in the vault. Harry sent Ragnarok a note through Fawkes, which amused the goblin enormously, though he hid it well, requesting access for the morning, and Ragnarok arranged it with the efficiency of someone who had been waiting to be useful for a very long time. They went back down through the obsidian corridor, back through the open vault door, and spent 3 hours cataloging what was there. It was Hermione's idea of paradise and she didn't try to hide it. She moved through the shelves with the careful reverence of a scholar encountering primary sources, touching nothing but examining everything, making notes in a new notebook that she'd bought specifically for this purpose. Harry let her lead because she was better at this than he was, and because watching her operate in her element was satisfying in the way that watching any person be excellent at their natural work was satisfying. What they found, in broad strokes, the books alone were enough to rewrite entire sections of magical history. First-age texts on the theory of magic's origins. Grimoires in languages that predated Latin. A complete set of what appeared to be Merlin's personal journals, 16 volumes, written in a mixture of Old Welsh and the same angular script from the corridor walls. Hermione nearly vibrated when she found those. The artifacts were more complicated. Some of them Harry recognized from their general description in the books he'd read over the years, a staff that was almost certainly one of the original instruments of the Deathly Hallows framework, though it wasn't the Elder Wand. A mirror that showed not reflections but connections. When Harry stood before it, it didn't show his face. It showed, briefly, a golden web of light, nodes and threads spreading in every direction, and he was at the center of it like a spider's anchor point, except he wasn't the spider. He was the web itself. He looked away from it after a moment. Not because it frightened him, but because he could tell that staring at it too long would be like trying to read an entire library in one sitting. There would be time. There was a chest in the far corner of the vault that was sealed differently from everything else, not locked, but compressed, like the magic around it had been folded in on itself very deliberately. Harry stood in front of it and put his hand on the lid, and it opened immediately, and inside was a wand. Not his wand. Not the Elder Wand. Something different, shorter, darker, made of a wood Harry couldn't identify, with a core that he could feel without touching it, a warmth radiating from the chest like a small fire. Beside the wand was a note, separate from Merlin's main letter, much shorter. This one knows what you are. Yours knows what you've been. Both are true. Harry picked up the wand. The warmth moved up his arm exactly the way the Veritas sign had, but faster, immediate recognition, immediate rightness. He felt his own magic and this wand's magic meet each other like 2 rivers joining, and the hum in his chest changed pitch again, richer than before. He looked at his Hollyan Phoenix feather wand in his other hand. Both were his. Both were true. He slid the new wand into his left sleeve holster, the one he'd added last year after Mad Eye's relentless commentary on defensive readiness, and kept his original in his right hand. Harry, Hermione called from across the vault, and her voice was doing the thing it did when she'd found something significant, which was become very precisely, carefully calm. You need to come look at this. She was standing before a section of shelving that held not books or artifacts but documents, sealed, flat, official-looking things arranged with the organizational precision of a legal archive. She was holding one that she'd clearly just opened, reading it with the focused intensity of someone who needed to read something 3 times before responding to it. Harry crossed to her. She held out the document without speaking. It was a sovereign decree. Dated to the First Age. In language that was archaic but legible, it outlined, in exhaustive detail, the legal authority of the Magicus Imperator under what it called the original compact, the foundational agreement between magic itself and the beings who wielded it. The sovereign, it stated, held authority that superseded every subsequent law, institution, governing body, and claimed dominion. This authority was not political. It was ontological. Magic recognized exactly one absolute authority over itself, and that authority was not the Ministry of Magic or the Wiesengemot or any Dark Lord or Headmaster or Governing Council. It was this. It was the sovereign. This predates the ministry by over 1,000 years, Hermione said quietly. By the logic of foundational law, which magical Britain technically still operates under, even if nobody has referenced these documents in centuries, this decree has never been repealed. It can't be repealed except by a sovereign, and the last sovereign died without doing it. So every law the ministry has passed, Harry said, operates under this. Under you. She lowered the document. Harry, I need you to understand what this means legally. You don't just have the power to influence the ministry or challenge them or pressure them. You have the foundational authority to simply override them. On any matter touching magical law. Which is everything. She paused. That's not power. That's something else. That's sovereignty, Harry said, which was such an obvious sentence that he nearly laughed. I was going to say responsibility, she said, with a look that made it clear she was filing this observation for use in approximately every future argument they would ever have. Harry took the decree and put it carefully in his new bag alongside Merlin's letter. Right. Anything else I should know before we go meet Dumbledore? 17 other things, she said immediately. But I'll rank them. The hog's head smelled exactly the way it always did, like old wood and goat and something alcoholic that defied specific identification. Aberforth was behind the bar when they arrived, and he looked at Harry with an expression that was new, a kind of long, measuring look, followed by a slow nod that felt almost ceremonial before he turned back to polishing his glass. Dumbledore was at a table in the back corner, which was the most private table in the pub and probably in Hogsmeade. He was dressed in robes of deep blue, not flamboyant, not his usual silver-spangled splendor, just clean and dark and simple. His half-moon spectacles sat on his nose. His hands were folded on the table. The blackened hand, the one that had never recovered from the ring Horcrux, was visible, and he didn't try to conceal it. He looked old, Harry thought. Not in the way he'd always looked old, the magnificent, ageless old of a man who had been around so long that age had become simply part of his aesthetic. This was a different kind of old. Tired old. The kind that came from carrying something for a very long time and knowing, somewhere in the bones, that the carrying was nearly done. Harry sat down across from him. Hermione and Ron took chairs to either side, slightly back, close enough to be present, far enough to make clear this was Harry's conversation. Dumbledore looked at him. Harry looked back. For several seconds neither of them spoke, and in those seconds something shifted between them, some old dynamic, some long-standing arrangement of who sat in which role at this table, rearranging itself quietly and completely. "Happy birthday, Harry," Dumbledore said. "Thank you." Harry put his new bag on the floor beside him. Fawkes, who had accompanied them from Diagon Alley and attracted exactly the level of attention a free-flying phoenix always did, landed on the back of Harry's chair and sat there with proprietary calm. Dumbledore watched the bird for a moment with an expression of complicated fondness. "He chose well," Dumbledore said. "He always does." "Did you know?" Harry asked. "Before today." "I suspected," Dumbledore said. "I have suspected for several years. There were indicators. The way your magic responded to extraordinary pressure, the breadth of your natural aptitudes across branches that should, for most wizards, be mutually exclusive. The particular nature of what your mother's sacrifice created." He paused. I did not know with certainty. If I had known with certainty, I might have, he stopped. Told me? Harry said, without heat. Just the question. Or managed the information badly, Dumbledore said. Which is what I have consistently done with every important piece of truth regarding your life, and I am aware of that fact. He looked down at his folded hands. I am not here to defend my decisions, Harry. I am here because I owe you a conversation I should have had years ago, and because this morning I felt, he touched the pocket of his robes briefly. I felt the shift. Everyone felt it who has been carrying authority they were never truly given. I felt it as something releasing. Not as a compulsion to bow. Dumbledore's mouth moved, the ghost of something. That came and went in about 3 seconds. I imagine that is not how Voldemort experienced it. Ragnar seemed to think he had more difficulty. I should imagine he did. Dumbledore removed his spectacles, polished them with the end of his sleeve, a gesture Harry had seen 100 times, always a tell, always meaning the man was preparing to say something difficult. What I did not tell you, Dumbledore said, setting the spectacles back on his nose and looking at Harry directly, was how many times I stood between you and truths that might have changed your path. I told myself it was protection. I told myself that a child who knew what he carried would become either arrogant or broken, and that I needed you to reach your power through experience rather than announcement. And now I think I was protecting my own ability to manage the situation. It is remarkably easy to convince yourself that paternalism is kindness when you are very old and very powerful and accustomed to being right. He said it with the particular exhaustion of a man who has had a long argument with himself and finally conceded. I was wrong. Harry looked at him for a long moment. I know you were, he said. But I also know you weren't doing it from cruelty. I've read Merlin's letter. He mentions 2 kinds of false authority. I don't think you're a Dark Lord, Professor. I appreciate that distinction considerably. But I need you to understand something. Harry leaned forward slightly. That's over. Whatever board you've been running, whatever pieces you've been moving, whatever you've decided I needed and didn't need to know, that's done. Not because I'm angry. Because it has to be, now. You can't manage the sovereign. You can advise him. That's different. Dumbledore nodded, and it wasn't the nod of a man humoring a younger person. It was the nod of a man who had just signed something and meant it. What do you need from me, Harry? Everything you know, Harry said. All of it. Every plan, every theory, every piece of information you've collected and not shared. The Horcruxes, all of them. Voldemort's weaknesses. His alliances. His timeline. He paused. And your honest assessment of the Ministry. Who can be moved, who is already corrupted, who will fight for the right side if they're given the clarity to understand what the right side is. Dumbledore unfolded his hands and reached into his robes, removing a small leather-bound journal. He set it on the table between them. This contains everything relevant to the Horcruxes, locations suspected and confirmed, destruction methods, what remains. There are 7 in total. 2 have been destroyed. He paused. One of the remaining is closer than you think. Harry didn't ask. He waited. It's you, Harry, Hermione said quietly, from her chair. She'd been listening with her notebook on her knee and her face very still. Isn't it? Not quite, Dumbledore said, and now something flickered across his face, uncertainty, which was so unlike him that it was almost alarming. That was my original theory, based on what happened the night Voldemort. He stopped. Looked at Harry. The Veritas sign this morning. What did it show? All 7 branches, Harry said. Complete and balanced. Including void magic? Yes. Dumbledore was very quiet for a moment. Then I was partially wrong. My theory was that a fragment of Voldemort's soul attached itself to you that night, that you were, in essence, an unintentional Horcrux. But what the Veritas sign showing void magic tells me is that your core has already integrated that fragment. Consumed it. Made it part of your own structure. He said this like a man revising a calculation mid-proof, the intellectual part of him momentarily overriding everything else. Your sovereign core didn't just resist it, it absorbed it. Voldemort has one fewer Horcrux than he knows. Ron said, with the tone of a man who had gotten bad news about something that was already terrible and somehow managed to find it slightly better than expected. So Harry's not, he doesn't have to. No, Dumbledore said. Whatever I thought needed to happen, whatever I was preparing you for, Harry, that particular sacrifice is not required. He held Harry's gaze, and there was something in the old man's eyes that was very much like relief, ragged and genuine. The Sovereign's core is its own resolution. Hermione had stopped writing. She was staring at the table with her jaw tight in the way it got when she was processing something that was making her feel things she hadn't scheduled. Ron's hand moved across the table and covered hers briefly, and she let it. Harry picked up the journal. He opened it to the first page, scanned the cramped, precise handwriting, closed it, and put it in his bag. How many people in the Order do you trust completely? 7, Dumbledore said, without hesitation. Give me the names tonight. I want to meet with them tomorrow. Harry stood, and something about the act of standing was different from how he'd been standing up from tables his entire life, no deference in it, no instinct to wait for permission. Just a person done sitting who had decided to be somewhere else. There's something else I need from you. Name it. A clemency, Harry said. Not lessons. I need the connection between me and Voldemort closed permanently. Can you do that? Yes. Dumbledore rose, and the height difference between them, which had always made Harry feel slightly like a student in a headmaster's office, meant almost nothing now. Tonight? Tonight, Harry said. He extended his hand. Dumbledore took it, and they shook, not a teacher and a student, not a general and a soldier. Two people, one of whom was older and more tired and finally being honest, and one of whom was 17 and carrying something enormous and entirely unafraid of it. Harry, Dumbledore said, as they were heading for the door. Voldemort will have already begun formulating a response. He is not the kind of man who sits with a problem. He acts on it. I know. He will come to you. Or he will send someone. He paused. He may even attempt communication. He is intelligent enough to recognize, on some level, that direct military assault against a sovereign is inadvisable. Then I'll deal with it when it comes. Harry pushed the Hog's Head door open. The afternoon sun was warm on his face. Fawkes took off from his shoulder and circled once overhead, a ribbon of flame against the blue sky, before landing again. Professor, one more thing. Yes. Next time you feel like managing information that belongs to me. Harry looked at him with a steadiness that wasn't unkind and wasn't forgiving yet either. It was just accurate. Don't. Dumbledore inclined his head. It was the most fully acknowledged correction Harry had ever managed to land on the man, and the fact that it was received without deflection or redirection meant more than any amount of apologizing would have. Harry stepped out into the sunlight. They were halfway back to the main road when Ron fell into step beside Harry and said, in the quiet voice he used when he was being serious, you know she's been in love with you for about 3 years, right? Harry glanced at him. We're not doing that today, Ron. I'm just saying. Today is not the day. There's also a good chance I'm slightly terrified, Ron said, in the same serious tone, which made the admission more affecting rather than less. Not of you. I want to be clear on that. Of the situation. Yeah, Harry said. Me too. Little bit. You don't seem it. Good. Is that the sovereign thing or is that just you? Harry thought about the answer to that honestly. I'm not sure there's a difference anymore, he said, and Ron nodded like that made sense, and Hermione, who had been 2 steps ahead and absolutely eavesdropping, made a small sound that was not quite a word but contained approximately a paragraph of meaning. The afternoon was warm. The sky was clear. Somewhere in the north of England, Tom Riddle was thinking very carefully about what had happened to him this morning and arriving at conclusions that were going to make the next few days interesting. Somewhere in the corridors of the Ministry of Magic, a low-level functionary named Dawlish was filing a report about an unusual magical surge originating from Gringotts Bank, which would land on the desk of the acting head of magical law enforcement and be quietly buried by end of business, except that tonight, for the first time in his 15-year career, Dawlish was going to feel oddly compelled to make a copy. Somewhere in Malfoy Manor, Draco Malfoy was sitting in his room staring at his hands, because his magic had done something strange this morning. It had pulled. Not outward, not in a spell, inward, like a compass needle swinging toward north, except north was a direction he didn't have a name for yet. He didn't know what it meant. He would, soon enough. And in the Gringotts vault beneath Diagon Alley, in the cathedral space that had been waiting for 14 centuries, Merlin's letter sat in Harry Potter's new dragonhide bag, and on the stone plinth where the letter had rested, now empty, there was a faint warm indentation in the rock, the impression of an envelope that had been waiting a very long time to be opened. The vault hummed quietly to itself, as it always had. But now it was answered. Chapter 3, The Warden Wakes. The letter from Neville arrived at 7 in the morning, 2 days after Harry's birthday, and it was not the kind of letter Neville usually wrote. Neville's letters were normally cheerful, slightly rambling, full of botanical detail that Harry always read with genuine interest even when he didn't entirely follow it. This one was 3 lines, written in handwriting that was shakier than usual. Harry. Something happened to my magic last night. Gran is worried. I'm not worried, but I think I should be, and I'm not, and that's the part that worries me. Can you come? Neville. Harry was dressed and out the door of the Leaky Cauldron, where he, Ron, and Hermione had taken rooms for what Hermione was now referring to in her notebook as the transitional period, before the ink on his reply was dry. He sent Fawkes with the note and followed 20 minutes later by Flo, arriving in the parlor of Longbottom Manor in a shower of green sparks to find Neville sitting at the kitchen table eating toast and looking entirely too calm for a person who had opened his letter with the words "Something happened to my magic." Augusta Longbottom was not calm. She was standing at the far end of the kitchen in her full hat and robes at 7:30 in the morning, watching her grandson with an expression that managed to be simultaneously fiercely protective and deeply uncertain. When Harry stepped through the flue, she turned that expression on him, and he met it steadily, and something in her face shifted. She gave him a very small nod. Not deferential, Augusta Longbottom didn't do deferential. But acknowledging. Like she'd been waiting to see whether he'd grown into something real, and had just gotten her answer. "Tea?" she said. "Please," Harry said, and sat down across from Neville. Neville looked at him with that same uncanny calm, this new version of calm that sat on him differently than his usual quiet, less like a man being careful not to disturb things and more like a man standing on solid ground for the first time. His hands were wrapped around his own mug. His magic, Harry could feel it from across the table, was doing something that made the air around him slightly electric. "Tell me what happened," Harry said. "I was in the greenhouse," Neville said. "Late. About 2 in the morning. I couldn't sleep, so I went out to check on the venomous tentacula." She'd been looking peaky. "And I was just standing there, and then," he paused, looking for the right word with the focus of someone who understood that approximation wasn't good enough. "It was like a key turning in a lock. Except the lock was inside me. Everything just opened up." "What opened up?" Neville put down his mug and held out his right hand, palm up. He didn't say anything. He didn't make a gesture or speak an incantation. He simply held out his hand, and 3 things happened simultaneously. Every plant in the kitchen moved, the ivy on the window ledge extending toward him like hands reaching for something familiar, the temperature in the room dropped 2 degrees and then immediately rose again, and a soft golden light gathered briefly in Neville's palm before he closed his fist and it was gone. The whole thing lasted about 4 seconds. "Right," Harry said. That's not normal," Neville said, and there was something almost apologetic about it, the old instinct to make himself smaller still present even now. I've never been able to do anything without saying the spell. I mean, I've been getting better, you know I have, but this is different. This is like the magic is just there, right at the surface, and it knows what I want before I do. Harry looked at him across the table. Neville. Do you trust me? Obviously. No hesitation. Then I'm going to tell you something, and I need you to hear all of it before you react. He told him. He laid it out the way Ragnar had laid it out for him, but in plain language, in Neville's language, no archaic titles first, just the facts and what they meant. The rite. The designation. The web of magical connection that the Sovereign's recognition had activated across the wizarding world. And you, Harry said, are what the old texts apparently call a warden. It's a specific magical role, it's not created, it's recognized. Your magic has been aligned to the Sovereign's frequency your entire life. When the recognition was confirmed, your core responded to it. Unlocked. Neville was quiet for a long moment. Augusta had put Harry's tea in front of him at some point during this explanation without him registering it, and was now standing by the window with her back to them, looking out at the garden with a posture that was working very hard to appear casual. So my magic, Neville said slowly, wasn't broken. No. It was just, waiting. Calibrated to something that hadn't happened yet. Harry paused. Hermione says the warden role in the old texts is the magical equivalent of a knight commander. Someone whose power is naturally amplified in proximity to the sovereign and whose particular affinity, in your case, living magic, plants, growth, things that are alive, is part of the sovereign's wider portfolio. Plants, Neville said. I fight dark wizards with plants, Harry. You've done it before. Once. You're going to do it considerably more. Augusta turned from the window. Her hat was slightly askew and she didn't straighten it, which for Augusta Longbottom was the equivalent of open emotional distress. You're telling me, she said, her voice controlled and precise, that my grandson's magical development has been suppressed, naturally, not through any external means, but effectively suppressed, for 16 years because it was waiting for you. Yes, Harry said. She looked at him for a long time. And now? Now it's not. She nodded once, sharp and final. Good. She picked up her tea. Neville. You'll need training. I know, Gran. Proper training. Not, she waved a hand at the general vicinity of Hogwarts. Whatever they've been doing there. I know. Neville looked at Harry. What do you need from me? Right now. Come back to London with me. I'm meeting with the Order members tomorrow morning and I want you there. Harry pushed back his chair. And bring your wand, the new one. Neville frowned. I only have the one. You had the one, Harry said. He reached into his bag and set something on the table between them. It was a wand, not from Merlin's vault, but something he'd stopped to collect on the way here, from a wandmaker in Diagon Alley who owed Gringotts a favor and had, upon Harry's arrival, produced from his back room a wand that he described as waiting for the right someone for about 30 years. Cherry wood, dragon heartstring, 11 inches, unyielding. Magic's been pointing at you for a while. The wandmaker knew. Neville picked it up. For a moment nothing happened, and then the golden light was back, not a flicker this time, a sustained warm glow that spread from the wand up his wrist, and Neville looked at it with an expression that was quiet and devastated in the best possible way, the face of someone being given back something they hadn't known had been taken. Augusta made a sound. It was very small. She covered it immediately with a sip of tea. Harry stood and finished his own tea and let Neville have the moment. Luna was sitting on the front step of the leaky cauldron when Harry, Neville, Ron, and Hermione returned to London. This was not surprising. Luna often appeared in places at exactly the right time with the tranquil certainty of weather. She didn't arrive, exactly. She was simply present when the situation required her. She was reading a copy of the Quibbler upside down, which may or may not have been intentional, and she had a small wreath of something purple and sweet-smelling in her hair that Harry didn't recognize as any plant he knew. "Hello, Harry," she said, turning a page without looking up. "I thought you'd be back around now." "Did you know?" Harry asked. "About the sovereign thing?" "Before." "Of course." She looked up then, her wide grey eyes completely unclouded. "The Nargles have been rearranging themselves around you since 5th year." It was very obvious. Ron opened his mouth and Hermione put a hand on his arm. "How long have you known?" Harry pressed. "Properly known, or suspected?" She stood, tucking the Quibbler under her arm. "I suspected when you came back from the graveyard in 4th year. The way the magic around you looked afterward, it was different. Like it had been clarified. I properly knew on your birthday, when the morning changed." She said this the way other people said when it started raining, an observable fact about the world. Everything shifted slightly. The way a room changes when someone opens a window. You could feel it if you were paying attention. "I felt it," Neville said quietly. "I know. You're the warden." Luna looked at him with a smile that was warm in its oddness. "Your magic has always been very loud, Neville." It was just shouting in a frequency most people couldn't hear. Neville blinked. Is that good?" "It's wonderful." She turned back to Harry. "There's something you should know. I was at my father's last night. He's been getting some unusual correspondence at the Quibbler. Anonymous sources. But 3 different letters, all saying the same thing, from what reads like 3 different regions. Something is moving in the old places. The wild magical sites. Stonehenge, Glastonbury, the cairns in the Highlands. The magic there is responding to your designation. Not passively, either. Actively." Hermione's notebook was already out. "Responding how?" "Waking up," Luna said simply. "The old anchors. Places where magic has pooled undisturbed for centuries. The sovereign's designation apparently functions as a," she tilted her head. "Like a key turning. For everyone, not just Neville." Harry thought of what Merlin had written, "Every magic in the world will know what you are." He'd understood this as metaphor when he read it. He was revising that assessment. How quickly? The letters arrived yesterday. So within 24 hours of the Rite. Luna watched him. "You're not worried?" "Should I be?" "No. I just thought you'd be more surprised." "I stopped being surprised by my life sometime around 3rd year, Harry said, which made Ron laugh and Hermione give him a very precise look. "There's one more thing," Luna said, and now something shifted in her expression, not worry, but attention, the kind that meant what she was about to say was more important than the rest. "My father also received a visitor last night. Late. A man in a mask who didn't give a name but wanted to know if we had any information about Harry Potter's whereabouts, recent movements, significant developments." The word mask produced the particular quality of silence it always did. "Death Eater?" Harry said. "Yes. But not a senior one, I think. Too nervous. He was gathering intelligence, not threatening." She paused. "My father told him nothing, obviously. And he put a very creative combination of confounding charms on him before he left, so whoever sent him is going to receive a deeply inaccurate report." "Good." Harry looked at her. "Luna, you and your father need to be somewhere safer. Tonight." "I know." She said it without argument, which from Luna was more alarming than protest. "I've already asked him. He's agreed. He's coming to London." She paused. "He's also going to want to publish everything. About the sovereign designation. He thinks the wizarding public deserves to know." Harry considered that for about 3 seconds. "He's right. But not yet. Give me a few days." He looked at his friends gathered on the step, Ron solid and watchful, Hermione already writing, Neville still carrying that new quality of quiet, Luna with her wreath and her quibbler and her clear grey eyes. The people who had shown up, chapter after chapter of his life, and were showing up again now. "All right," he said. "Let's go inside. We have a lot of work to do before tomorrow." They worked through the afternoon and into the evening, spreading Dumbledore's journal and Hermione's notes across the round table in the Leaky Cauldron's private dining room, which Tom had provided without being asked and had then retreated from with the specific efficiency of a man who had learned, through decades of running an establishment at the boundary between worlds, exactly when to make himself absent. The Horcrux situation, as Hermione mapped it, 7 created, 2 destroyed, the diary by Harry in second year, the ring by Dumbledore the previous year. Remaining, the locket, currently in the possession of Dolores Umbridge at the Ministry. The cup, which Dumbledore suspected was at Gringotts, in the Lestrange vault. The diadem, which was at Hogwarts. Nagini the snake. And the fragment in Harry, which was gone. 5, Hermione said, counting on her fingers. 5 remaining Horcruxes. 4, Harry said. Nagini is 1. If Voldemort meets me and Nagini is present, you can't guarantee that. I know. But the snake is the wild card. The others are objects. Objects can be planned for. The Lestrange vault alone is going to be, Ron started. I know, Harry said. But we have something the last time we tried Gringotts didn't. He paused. We have an account there. A silence, and then Ron started laughing. It's not funny, Hermione said. It's a bit funny, Ron said. Ragnarok will help, Harry said. The Lestrange's possession of the cup is a violation of, actually, I'm not sure what specific law it violates, but I'm fairly confident Ragnarok has a list and has been waiting for someone with the authority to act on it. He made a note. I'll meet with him again tomorrow after the order meeting. They worked through the logistics with the focused efficiency of people who had been planning operations under pressure since they were 11. By 8 o'clock they had something that looked like a strategy, which felt both inadequate for the scale of what was coming and better than anything they'd had 6 months ago. Neville had been quiet through most of the planning session, but his contributions, when they came, were exact and useful, the kind of tactical thinking that came from a natural understanding of systems and how they failed. Harry kept noticing it, kept adjusting his assessment of what Neville was capable of now that the ceiling had been lifted. Around 9, Luna stood up abruptly. They're coming, she said. Who? But she didn't need to answer. Harry felt it half a second after her, a pressure change in the magic around the building, something wrong with the air outside, the particular spatial distortion of a large group of people operating into position simultaneously. He was on his feet and at the window before the thought was complete. Diagon Alley below was empty of civilians. The shops were closed, the street dark. And moving out of the shadows at the far end of the alley, unhurried, with the particular configuration of a prepared assault, were 12 figures in black robes and white masks. Death Eaters, Ron said, from beside him. 12 of them, Hermione said. And they're not going to the Leaky Cauldron entrance. They're fanning out. They're going to Gringotts. Harry looked at the bank, its white stone face catching the street lamps. At the entrance, 2 goblin guards were watching the approaching figures with very still attention, the stillness of beings who were running calculations. The vault, Hermione said, her voice tight. They know about the Rite. Someone told them. Harry was already moving, down the stairs, through the bar where Tom had frozen behind the counter with a glass halfway to the shelf, out the door and into the cool night air of Diagon Alley. He heard Neville behind him. Ron. Hermione. Luna. He didn't look back to check. He knew they were there. The 12 Death Eaters had reached the foot of the Gringotts steps. The goblin guards hadn't moved, still that particular stillness, watching, calculating. The Death Eater at the front, taller than the rest, with a silver hand that caught the light, had his wand raised. Lucius, Harry said. His voice came out flat and carrying in the night air. Not a shout, just someone addressing someone else across a reasonable distance, with the absolute certainty of a man who expected to be heard. And Lucius Malfoy, because whatever else he was not stupid, turned immediately. The white mask made his expression unreadable. But his magic, Harry could feel it from here, feel the disruption in it, the same compass needle pull that Neville had described, because Malfoy was standing 60 feet from the Sovereign and his magic knew it even if his mind hadn't processed it yet. "Potter," Lucius said. "How convenient." "You're at my bank," Harry said, walking toward him. "At night. With 11 friends." He stopped at the bottom of the Gringotts steps and looked up at Malfoy, who had 2 steps of height advantage and was clearly deciding whether that was going to matter. "I'm going to need you to leave." "The Dark Lord sends his regards," Lucius said. He had himself very controlled, that old Malfoy composure, ice over iron, built from a lifetime of operating in rooms where any visible weakness was immediately weaponized. "And a message. What occurred 2 days ago is not the demonstration you appear to believe it was. Lord Voldemort asks that you consider your position carefully before, he asks," Harry said. A pause. "He asks," Lucius repeated, and something fractional shifted in his voice. He felt it, so he's asking instead of ordering. Which tells me exactly what I need to know about how well his message landed. Harry tilted his head slightly. "Lucius. Look at your wand hand." Lucius looked. His wand hand was trembling. Not the dramatic tremor of fear, a fine, involuntary vibration, the kind you got when 2 forces were pulling in opposite directions. His magic pulling toward the Sovereign and his trained loyalty pulling toward his master. "That's not going to get better the longer you stand here," Harry said. "Tell me the actual message and go home." Something cracked in Lucius's composure, very slightly, a hairline fracture. He straightened. "Lord Voldemort will speak with you. Directly. In 3 days. He has chosen the location." He produced a sealed envelope and held it out. One of the other Death Eaters moved to take it forward, but Harry crossed the distance himself, walked up the steps, and took it from Lucius's hand directly. Up close, he could see Lucius's eyes behind the mask. Pale and intelligent and currently working very hard to stay neutral. The trembling in his wand hand had gotten worse. "Thank you," Harry said, putting the envelope in his bag without opening it. "Now, 11 of you used dark compulsion magic to get past the ward at the end of the alley. That's a ministry offense under 5 separate statutes." I'm not reporting you to the ministry," Harry said. "The ministry doesn't have jurisdiction here, as it happens." He turned and looked at the goblin guards at the top of the steps. The senior guard met his eyes. "Broken ward on the south entrance. Would Gringotts be able to address that?" The goblin allowed a very small smile. "Gringotts will address it." Harry looked back at Lucius. "Go home. Tell Tom I'll be in touch in 3 days." The reaction to the name was instant. Every Death Eater on the steps flinched, not because the name was powerful but because the casualness of it was. You didn't call Lord Voldemort Tom in front of his servants. It wasn't done. It was a category of disrespect so fundamental it hadn't occurred to most people as an option. Lucius stared at him. For one moment, behind the mask and the composure and the years of careful allegiance, something flickered in those pale eyes, something that wasn't fury and wasn't quite fear, something that Harry recognized as a man encountering a reality that has rendered his existing map useless. Then Lucius turned, and with a crack of apparition that his companions immediately mirrored, they were gone. The alley was empty and quiet. Harry stood at the top of the Gringotts steps for a moment, looking at the dark street. Fawkes descended from somewhere above and landed on his shoulder with a sound like a soft chord. "That was confident," Ron said, from behind him. "That was extremely confident," Hermione agreed, and her voice had the specific quality it got when she was both impressed and cataloging concerns. "Harry, you just told Voldemort's inner circle that you're going to meet him in 3 days." "I am going to meet him in 3 days. We don't know what it doesn't matter what he's planning. He's planning something. He'll always be planning something. If I spend all my time worrying about what he's planning, I'll never get anything done. Harry turned and looked at his friends, at Neville, who was standing very still with that new quality of presence, at Luna, who was watching the end of the alley where the Death Eaters had been with slightly narrowed eyes, at Hermione with her notebook already back out, at Ron, who was nodding slowly. What I know is that he's asking instead of demanding. That's new. That means the compulsion did more to him than Ragnarok estimated. Or he's using the conversation as cover for something else, Hermione said. Probably both, Harry said. We'll plan for both. He pulled out Voldemort's envelope. Broke the seal. The parchment inside smelled of something dark and cold, and the handwriting was immaculate, almost calligraphic, the penmanship of a man who had learned to write with the focused precision he brought to everything. Mr. Potter. The Riddle House. Midnight. 3 days hence. Come alone. I believe we have things to discuss that are more productive than war. TMR TMR. Not Lord Voldemort. Not the Dark Lord. Just the initials. Harry turned the letter over and found nothing on the back, then folded it and held it for a moment. Tom Marvolo Riddle had signed a letter with his initials. The man who had renamed himself to escape that name, who had built an empire on the terror of those syllables. Using his initials was either a sign of enormous private arrogance, a reminder to himself of what he truly was, or a deliberate signal to Harry. Maybe both. He signed it with his real name, Harry said. Luna took the letter and read it. He respects you, she said. Not as an opponent. More than that. He's curious about you. She handed it back. That might be more dangerous than his contempt. Maybe, Harry said. Or it means he's capable of a conversation instead of just a war. He tucked the letter away. Either way, in 3 days we find out. They filed back into the leaky cauldron, past Tom, who asked no questions and provided an entirely unprompted round of warm drinks, and gathered back around the table where their plans were still spread out. The evening had turned later. The candles had burned down somewhat. Outside, Diagon Alley resettled into quiet, and the goblin guards at the top of Gringotts resumed their positions with the perfect patience of beings for whom tonight had been interesting but not unprecedented. Neville hadn't said anything since the confrontation on the steps. Harry looked at him across the table and found him examining his new wand with an expression that was hard to read, something between wonder and the careful consideration of a person who has just discovered that a thing they thought was limited is in fact vast. You felt it out there, Harry said. Not a question. Neville nodded. When the Death Eaters came. He turned the wand over in his hands. It was like, every plant on this street started talking at once. All the window boxes, the herbs in the pub garden. I knew exactly where every one of them was. Knew how strong they were. Knew what they'd do if I asked. He paused. I didn't do anything. You were waiting to see if you needed to. Yeah. He looked up. Is that the warden thing? Knowing when not to act. Part of it, Harry said. He thought of Merlin's letter, constitutionally incapable of leaving an injustice alone, and then thought of Neville on the steps, perfectly still, perfectly ready, a man standing at the exact junction of patience and capability. But mostly that's just you. Neville put the wand on the table in front of him and looked at Harry with those quiet brown eyes that had been through more than most people knew, a boy who'd grown up with his parents in St. Mungo's and his grandmother's expectations and his own magic that wouldn't quite cooperate, and who had come through all of it not harder but deeper, the kind of person whose kindness wasn't absence of toughness but the other side of it. Right, Neville said. Tell me what you need me to do. Tomorrow. Order meeting. And bring that wand. Obviously. Hermione started reorganizing her notes into an agenda. Ron began making a list of everyone who might need to be contacted, cross-referencing with Dumbledore's journal. Luna found a comfortable chair and resumed her quibbler, right side up this time. Fawkes sat on the back of Harry's chair and occasionally made the beginning of notes that resolved themselves into something like contentment. The candles burned steadily. Outside, the night was quiet. And in Longbottom Manor's greenhouse, the venomous tentacula that Neville had been worrying about stood 6 inches taller than it had that morning, its leaves broader, its color richer, its whole posture changed, no longer peaky at all, but thriving in the particular way of living things that have finally been properly seen. Chapter 4, Lord Voldemort requests an audience. The Order meeting happened at Grimmauld Place, which Harry hadn't been back to since Sirius died and which still carried the particular grief of a house that had belonged to someone who was gone. The portrait of Mrs. Black had been removed, Dumbledore had managed it somehow, the wall behind it freshly plastered and painted, and without that shrieking anchor point the house felt different. Not warm, exactly. But quieter in a way that was closer to peace than before. Dumbledore had delivered on his promise. 7 names, 7 people who arrived between 8 and past and who sat around the long kitchen table with the focused attention of people who had been doing this long enough to know when a meeting was different from other meetings. Moody came first, naturally, because Moody always arrived early to check sight lines. Then Kingsley Shacklebolt, unhurried and precise as always, who shook Harry's hand with a grip that measured and found something worth measuring. McGonagall arrived with Flitwick, the two of them moving with the coordinated efficiency of colleagues who have been reading each other's minds for 30 years. Tonks came with her hair an uncertain shade of grey that she clearly hadn't chosen intentionally, which told Harry she'd been anxious this morning. Arthur Weasley arrived last, slightly out of breath, carrying a briefcase that was humming faintly. Ron was at the table. Hermione. Neville. Luna. Fawkes on the back of Harry's chair. Dumbledore sat at the far end of the table, and Harry sat at the other, and everyone arranged themselves in between with the unconscious instinct of people finding their positions in a new configuration. Moody looked at Harry with his magical eye going at about twice its usual rotation. "Something's different about you, Potter." "Yes," Harry said. "Going to tell us what?" "That's why we're here." He told them everything. All of it, the same way he'd told Neville, plain and direct, no preamble, no softening, just the facts in their correct order. The Rite. The designation. The vault. Merlin's letter. The warden designation and what it meant for Neville. The compulsion affecting anyone with false claims to magical authority. Voldemort's response. The Death Eaters at Gringotts. And finally, the letter. He put it on the table when he was done. Everyone looked at it. Moody spoke first. "You're not going." "I am going," Harry said. "The Riddle House is, I know what the Riddle House is." Harry looked at him steadily. "I also know that Voldemort wrote that letter instead of sending an army, which means something changed in his calculation. He wants the conversation." He paused. "So do I." "It's a trap," Tonks said. Her hair had shifted to a slightly more decisive red, which meant she was moving from anxious to engaged. "Probably there are elements of a trap," Harry agreed. "There are elements of a trap in every conversation with Voldemort. That doesn't mean the conversation isn't real." "Harry." McGonagall's voice had the quality it always had when she was being serious, not stern, but exact. "I've known you for 6 years. I know what you're capable of. But walking into Voldemort's stronghold," he said. "Come alone," Harry said. "I'm not going to come alone. But I'm going in first and nobody follows unless I call for it." He looked around the table. "Not because I think I'm invincible. Because if I walk in there with an army it sends a specific message and I need to send a different one." "What message?" Kingsley asked. He was watching Harry with the particular analytical attention that made him the best Auror in the department, not looking for problems, looking for patterns. "That I'm not afraid of him," Harry said. "And that he should think very carefully about whether this conversation is the first of many or the last." He picked up the letter and put it back in his bag. "The sovereign compulsion is working on him. He can feel it every time he reaches for the full extent of his power and finds something in the way. He knows what it is, he's too intelligent not to have worked it out. This meeting is him deciding whether to fight the compulsion or negotiate around it. And if he decides to fight it? Arthur asked. Harry thought about Ragnarok's words, a true sovereign cannot be permanently overcome by those who serve false dominion. He thought about Merlin's letter. He thought about the wand in his left sleeve and the wand in his right holster and the roar of magic in his chest that had been getting steadily warmer and more certain with every passing hour. Then I'll deal with that, he said, and the simplicity of it was not bravado. It was just the truth. The meeting ran for 2 more hours. Kingsley had ministry intelligence, surveillance reports, internal communications, the movement of suspected Death Eaters through Muggle infrastructure. He spread it on the table and walked through it with the brisk efficiency of a man who had been compartmentalizing this information for months and was enormously relieved to have somewhere to put it. The picture it painted was of an organization, Voldemort's, that was organized, well-resourced, and currently doing something unusual, holding still. He's been holding still for 8 days, Kingsley said, tapping a map where red markers indicated known Death Eater movement patterns. Before that, steady escalation. Then, nothing. Stationary. He looked at Harry. Your birthday was 8 days ago. He's thinking, Harry said. What's he thinking about? Tonks asked. Whether to cooperate or fight the most fundamental magical law in existence, Hermione said, from her end of the table. She had 3 notebooks out now, which was a personal record. The sovereign compulsion isn't just discomfort. According to the texts in the vault, a being of genuinely dark magical alignment who continues to resist the sovereign designation over an extended period begins to experience actual magical degradation. His power starts to diminish. Fractionally at first. But consistently. The room was quiet. He knows this, Harry said. He's been studying magical theory since he was 11. He knows exactly what the sovereign designation means and exactly what resisting it costs. He looked around the table. Which is why he wrote a letter instead of launching an attack. Moody's magical eye had finally stopped rotating. He was looking at Harry with his natural eye, the one that didn't see through things, just saw people, and his expression was complicated. You've thought about this more than you're letting on, he said. I've had 3 days, Harry said. After the meeting, people began filtering out with assignments, Kingsley to monitor ministry communications for any response to the Gringotts incident, Tonks to run surveillance on known Death Eater locations, Arthur to move certain people in the order who might be at risk, Flitwick to research the legal standing of the sovereign decree in relation to Hogwarts governance, because that was a matter they'd need to address eventually. McGonagall stayed after everyone else had gone. She and Harry stood in the hallway while the others gathered coats and bags in the kitchen, and she looked at him with the expression she used when she was setting aside the teacher part of herself and speaking as herself. I want you to know, she said, that I'm sorry. For every time I knew something wasn't right and said nothing because I trusted that Albus had reasons. He did have reasons, Harry said. Good reasons and right reasons are not always the same thing. She paused. You were a child in my house for 6 years and you deserved better advocacy than you got. From me as much as anyone. She said it without the cushioning language people usually used when apologizing for serious things, no, but at the end, no redirection to what she'd done right instead. Just the straight acknowledgement, clearly costing her something. Harry nodded. He accepted it for what it was. I need Hogwarts to be secure before the end of summer. Can you work on the wards? Already started, she said, and some of the tension in her shoulders shifted. Purpose was always easier for McGonagall than emotion. Flitwick and I began reviewing the ward scheme last week. There are gaps that should have been addressed years ago. She paused at the door. The diadem is in the room of requirement, isn't it? It wasn't a question. We think so, Harry said. She nodded. When you're ready for that one, tell me. I know the castle's magic better than anyone. I can help. She left, and Harry went back to the kitchen where Ron and Hermione and Neville and Luna were doing the washing up with a combination of magic and argument that was entirely normal and therefore completely welcome. 3 days passed in a controlled kind of urgency. Harry met with Ragnarok twice. The first meeting confirmed that the Lestrange vault did indeed contain Helga Hufflepuff's cup, and that Gringotts had, in fact, been maintaining a legal challenge to its presence there for 40 years on the grounds that it had been deposited under false provenance. The challenge had been suppressed by ministry pressure each time it was raised. Ragnarok produced 40 years of documentation with the quiet satisfaction of a man presenting receipts. Under sovereign authority, Harry said, "Can you initiate the seizure?" Ragnarok's expression was the closest thing to delight Harry had seen on a goblin's face. "We have been waiting for authorization that supersedes the ministry's interference, Mr. Potter." "Yes. We can have the cup removed and secured for destruction within 48 hours. Do it." The second meeting was about the sovereign decree and what Harry was going to do with it. Ragnarok had prepared a legal analysis, 40 pages of dense goblin jurisprudence that Hermione absorbed in 2 hours and summarized in 4 bullet points, which Harry suspected was the entire reason Ragnarok had produced it in that format. He wanted Hermione to summarize it. "The short version," Hermione said, sitting cross-legged on her bed at the leaky cauldron with parchment everywhere, "is that you don't have to make any announcements or declarations. The designation is already legally in effect. You would need to actively revoke the decree to prevent it from operating. Which means every action you take is automatically operating under sovereign authority. The ministry can't stop you from doing anything. They can try. But they'd be acting in violation of foundational magical law, and any magical binding they tried to impose on you would simply not hold." "Test that theory after I get back from the Riddle House," Harry said. She threw a cushion at him. Neville trained. This was the aspect of the 3 days that Harry found most consistently remarkable, watching Neville work. With the new wand and the unlocked core, he moved through spellwork like someone who had been given back a language they'd spoken fluently as a child and then been told they'd imagined it. The difficulty wasn't learning. The difficulty was catching up to the speed at which his magic now wanted to operate. He'd cast a shield charm on the second day that Moody hit 3 times with increasing force and then stopped hitting and walked away making a sound that, for Moody, constituted admiration. Luna, in the meantime, had been doing something that nobody fully understood but that kept producing useful results. She spent hours reading, but not from Hermione's books, from a collection of publications and correspondence that her father had brought from the Quibbler offices, reports from magical communities across Britain about the changes being felt since Harry's birthday. The pattern she extracted from these was that magical locations were waking, magical creatures were behaving unusually, and there were 3 distinct communities of squibs who were reporting new magical sensitivity, not power, but awareness. They could feel magic now in a way they never had before. "That's the sovereign's presence," Luna explained at dinner on the second night. "It doesn't create magic where there isn't any. But it raises the ambient level. Like," she gestured with her fork. "If magic is light, you've turned the lights up. People who could barely see before can see now. Is that permanent?" Hermione asked. "Merlin's period was described as a golden age," Luna said. "I think that's why." On the morning of the 3rd day Harry sat on the roof of the leaky cauldron. Tom had shown him the access hatch without being asked, with the same perceptive non-intrusiveness he'd been demonstrating all week, and watched London wake up, and thought about Voldemort. He'd been thinking about Voldemort methodically, the way you had to think about a chess grandmaster, not just their current position but their philosophy. Tom Riddle had been born in a Muggle orphanage. Had discovered his magic and understood it immediately as power, as the thing that made him different from the ordinary. Had built an entire identity on that distinction, the pureblood ideology adopted not from genuine belief but from strategic utility, the snake language that made him exceptional, the conquest of death that was never really about immortality, was it? It was about control. About being the kind of thing that couldn't be ended. A man who had spent 70 years refusing to be ended had just felt something more fundamental than death reach into him and bend his knees. Harry knew, in the particular way he'd always known things about Voldemort, through the connection that was now closed but whose understanding remained, that Tom Riddle would be doing exactly what he himself was doing. Thinking. Planning. Calculating the angles. The difference was that Harry's calculation was unencumbered by ego, and Voldemort's never could be. Every plan Voldemort made had to accommodate the central premise of his own supremacy. Had to leave room for the story he told himself about what he was. The sovereign designation attacked that story at its foundations. That was the leverage, Harry thought. Not power. Not authority. The simple, undeniable fact that the universe had rendered its verdict on Tom Riddle's claims, and Tom Riddle had to decide what to do with a verdict he'd spent his entire life refusing to accept from anyone. Harry came down from the roof at 10 o'clock, got dressed, and told Ron and Hermione he was leaving at 11. The Riddle house sat on a hill above Little Hangleton the way a bad memory sits in the mind, prominent, unavoidable, refusing to be contextualized into the surrounding landscape. It was 11:30 when Harry walked up the path toward it, the night clear and cold, the moon 3/4 full. He'd apparat to the edge of the village and walked the rest of the way, which he'd done for the reason he did most things, because arriving on foot gave him time to think, and because the walk itself was a statement. No theatrical entrance, no confrontation at distance. Just a person walking up a path to have a conversation. Fawkes wasn't with him. He'd asked the Phoenix to stay with Hermione, which Fawkes had accepted without argument after giving Harry a long look that contained, Harry felt, a complex editorial opinion about the decision. The wards on the property were immediate and significant, layered detection spells, something that burned cold against his skin that was probably a dark mark alignment trigger, and underneath all of it something older and blacker that Harry recognized as genuine dark magic, the saturated kind that had been worked into a space over time. He walked through all of it without slowing, because sovereign magic didn't interact with wards the way ordinary magic did. It didn't break them. It simply wasn't caught by them, the way a river isn't stopped by a net designed for fish. The front door opened as he reached the steps. Bellatrix Lestrange was in the doorway. She looked wrong. That was the first thing Harry noticed, something was off in her presentation in a way that took him a moment to identify. She was immaculate in her robes, her dark hair controlled, her posture straight. But her eyes, which usually moved with the quick, electric volatility of someone whose inner weather was always storming, were instead very still. Fixed on him with a quality that wasn't her usual manic intensity but something more uncomfortable, confusion. The genuine, destabilizing kind, the kind that happened when something foundational had shifted and the mind hadn't finished processing it yet. "Potter," she said. Her voice was level. That, too, was wrong for Bellatrix. "Bellatrix," Harry said. "He's expecting me." She stepped aside. He walked in. The house smelled of old wood and dark magic and something chemical that he suspected was related to whatever Voldemort used for the rituals that maintained his current physical form. The hallway was lit with blue-flamed torches, cold light that turned everything the color of old iron. Death Eaters stood at intervals along the walls. Harry counted 7 before he stopped counting, because counting implied concern about numbers, and he wasn't particularly concerned. His magic was, if anything, enjoying itself. He could feel it sitting very alert and present in his chest, responsive in the way it had been since the Rite, quick, clean, precise, like a mind that had been partially fogged for years had cleared entirely. Every Death Eater they passed, he could feel the same thing, the pull, the magnetic disruption, their magic responding to his proximity with involuntary recognition. The ones who were weaker magically, or whose allegiance was already fractured, were the most affected. One, a young man in robes too large for him, was standing rigidly against the wall like he was bracing against a physical wind. Bellatrix led him to a set of double doors and stopped. "My lord asked that you come in alone." "I know," Harry said. "He wrote it in the letter." She turned and looked at him. "You're not afraid," she said. "No." Something passed across her face that was almost grief. "Almost," As though the woman behind the fanatic was experiencing something she didn't have the vocabulary for. Then it was gone, and she pushed the doors open and stepped back. Harry walked in. The room was large and largely empty. A long table, 2 chairs placed at opposite ends of it with deliberate symmetry, Voldemort's doing. Harry recognized the theatrical geometry of it, 2 powers meeting as nominal equals. Torches on the walls. A fire in the grate that was black-flamed, dark magic, aesthetic rather than functional. And at the far end of the table, standing, was Lord Voldemort. He looked different too. Harry had seen Voldemort at the graveyard, in the Ministry, in glimpses through the connection that was now closed. He had always presented himself at full extension, maximum presence, maximum threat, the entire performance of absolute power in a body that barely looked human anymore. Tonight was not that. He was standing straight, robes dark and simple, the serpentine face composed into an expression that Harry could only categorize as careful. He held his wand at his side, not raised, not put away. The red eyes were fixed on Harry with an attention so focused it had physical weight. For a moment, neither of them moved. "Sit," Voldemort said, and gestured to the near chair. "In a minute," Harry said. He crossed the room at his own pace, not the pace implied by the invitation, stopped at the midpoint of the table, and looked at Voldemort across the remaining distance. "You look different," he said. "You as well," Voldemort said, and something in his voice was doing something Harry hadn't heard from him before, a fractional, precisely controlled restraint, like a man managing a compulsion. The compulsion. "Sit, Harry." The name was deliberate. Not Potter, not the boy. A choice. Harry recognized it as such and sat in the chair not because Voldemort had asked him to but because he'd been planning to anyway. Voldemort sat at the other end. They looked at each other down the length of the table. "You know what happened," Harry said. "I know exactly what happened." Voldemort set his wand on the table in front of him, not as a gesture of surrender but as an acknowledgement, like putting a weapon on the table at the start of a negotiation. "A signal. The Gringotts Rite confirmed what your magical core has been building toward since birth. The Magicus Imperator. The last sovereign designation." His voice was absolutely even. "I have spent the past 3 days reviewing every text in my library on the subject. There are not many, but they are thorough. And the designation is legitimate." He said it the way a man said something that had cost him enormously to conclude. "I have no interest in denying facts." His red eyes moved briefly to the left sleeve of Harry's jacket, where the outline of the second wand was barely visible, and then back to his face. "You carry Merlin's wand." "I carry a wand from the vault. Merlin's secondary wand. He used it exclusively in his last decade." The red eyes were entirely focused, entirely analytical, and Harry was reminded, as he occasionally was in moments like this, that Tom Riddle was one of the most formidable minds the wizarding world had produced. The monster had been built on top of the intellect, not the other way around. "The vault opened for you." "Yes. And the compulsion I feel is consistent with the documented effects of a confirmed sovereign designation." He paused. "As documented in texts that you now own, incidentally, being that they're in the vault. I am working from copies." Something about that made Harry want to laugh, the faintly aggrieved quality of someone citing sources they no longer have access to. He didn't laugh. But the impulse was there. "What do you want?" Harry asked. Voldemort looked at him. "A negotiated arrangement," he said. "I am not interested in surrendering. I am also not interested in fighting a war that magical law itself has determined I cannot win. I have spent 40 years building something. I would prefer not to have it destroyed because of a cosmic legal technicality." "It's not a technicality." "No," Voldemort said. "It is not." A pause that had texture, the specific texture of a very proud man choosing his words around an enormous, unacknowledged concession. "What I am proposing is a restructuring. The wizarding world as it currently operates is corrupt, incompetent, and discriminatory in ways that serve nobody's long-term interests. The ministry is a farce. The Wiesengemot is a gentleman's club. The treatment of magical creatures and half-bloods and muggleborns is, he stopped. Problematic? Harry offered. I was going to say inefficient, Voldemort said, with such precise flatness that it was almost funny. A society that destroys its own talent pool through archaic bigotry limits itself structurally. I have always known this. Another pause. The ideology I have promoted serves certain political purposes. The actual implementation of the ideology I find, you don't actually care about blood purity, Harry said. Voldemort looked at him. You never did, Harry continued. It was always a tool. You used it because it organized people who needed to feel superior to someone, gave you a ready-made army with simple motivations. But Tom Riddle is a half-blood. You've always known that. He watched the red eyes. No reaction, which was its own reaction. What you actually want is a world where power is respected. Where the most magically powerful are not constrained by systems built by the mediocre. He paused. The problem is that your method of achieving that world is to stand at the top of a pile of bodies, which is not actually a reflection of magical power. It's just violence. Your alternative? Voldemort asked. His voice was perfectly controlled and Harry could feel, across the length of the table, the compulsion working on him, the sovereign pull like a current in the room's magic, steady and relentless, and Voldemort holding himself upright against it through sheer will. Impressive, actually, and Harry had the honesty to acknowledge it. The sovereign decree supersedes ministry law, Harry said. I'm going to use it to restructure the wizarding world. Not by conquest, by legitimate authority. Remove the blood status requirements. Reform the Wiesengemot. Establish actual rights for magical creatures. End the institutional corruption that's been running the ministry for 80 years. He held Voldemort's gaze. Most of what you say you want, Tom, but achieved without the graveyard. The name landed. Voldemort didn't move. Didn't flinch. But something behind the red eyes shifted, not anger, not the explosive fury that the name usually provoked. Something more considered. Like a man reassessing a calculation that had just been complicated by new data. You called me Tom, he said. It's your name. No one has used that name in 40 years. I know, Harry said. But I'm not talking to Lord Voldemort. He's a character. A costume. I'm talking to the person underneath, because the person underneath is the one who actually has to make this decision. He leaned forward slightly. Tom Riddle is brilliant, which Lord Voldemort can afford to waste because Lord Voldemort uses fear instead of thinking. I'm asking you, specifically you, not the character, whether you're intelligent enough to take a better path when one is being offered. The silence was the longest of the night. Voldemort picked up his wand from the table and turned it slowly in his hands. Not threatening. Thinking. You are asking me to yield, he said. To acknowledge the sovereignty. I'm asking you to stop fighting magic itself and start working with the result, Harry said. That's different from yielding. Yielding is defeat. What I'm describing is choosing the more intelligent option. And if I decline? Then the compulsion gets stronger every day, your power degrades fractionally but consistently, and at some point this conversation happens again under considerably worse conditions. Harry said it without heat, without triumph. Just the fact. I'd rather not waste either of our time. Another silence. The fire crackled in the grate. Somewhere in the house, something moved, probably Nagini, her familiar weight on the floors audible from here. The Horcruxes, Voldemort said quietly. Harry had been waiting for this. The cup will be out of the Lestrange vault by tomorrow night. He watched the red eyes. The diadem is at Hogwarts. The locket is at the ministry. Nagini is in this house. He paused. I know about all of them. The temperature in the room changed. Not dramatically, no explosive spells, no sudden movement. Just a shift in the quality of the air between them, something that Harry felt in his magic as the equivalent of two very powerful weather systems meeting and deciding, in the crucial moment, which direction to move. "You've done your research," Voldemort said. "I've read your notes," Harry said. "The ones in your library, before you got to them. They're in the vault now." He hadn't planned to say that last part. It came out because it was true and because, honestly, Voldemort's expression when he processed it, the fractional, perfectly controlled reaction of a man realizing that the vault had been better prepared for this meeting than he had, was worth seeing. "Then you know the number," Voldemort said. "I know the number. And I know one of them doesn't exist anymore." He watched. "You've probably worked out which one." Voldemort was quiet for a long moment. Then, so quietly it was almost to himself, "The fragment. My sovereign core integrated it. 3 days ago. It's gone." The fire popped. The blue-black flames moved. Nagini made a sound from somewhere in the house that in her language meant something close to unease. Voldemort set his wand on the table again. Very carefully. Very deliberately. And then he did something Harry hadn't seen him do before, and hadn't expected to see. He looked away. Just for a moment, toward the dark window, toward the dark hill and the village below, his expression during that moment unguarded and strange. Harry let it be. When Voldemort looked back, something had settled in his face. Not peace, that wasn't the right word and probably never would be. But something like a decision, made after a very long argument with himself. "I have conditions," he said. "Tell me," Harry said. They talked for 2 more hours. Harry walked back down the hill at 2 in the morning with an agreement that was approximately as stable as agreements with Voldemort could ever be, which was to say fragile and contingent and requiring 3 more meetings at minimum before it could be formalized. But it was an agreement. And more than that, it was the beginning of something he hadn't expected to find tonight, which was a man on the other side of the table who was, when stripped of his theater and his mythology, genuinely capable of reasoning. Not good. Harry wasn't pretending the last 40 years of history didn't exist. Not trustworthy, not redeemed, not any of the comfortable words fiction used to resolve complicated people. But capable of reason. And in a war, that was the most important thing. He operated back to London and went straight up to the room at the Leaky Cauldron, where Ron was asleep in the chair by the window with his feet on the windowsill, because Ron could sleep anywhere, and where Hermione was sitting at the desk with 3 candles lit and 4 notebooks open and her hair doing the specific thing it did when she'd been thinking hard for several hours without pausing. She looked up when he came in. "Well," she said. Harry sat on the edge of the bed. He thought about the conversation, about the table and the fire and the red eyes making a decision that 40 years of ideology had been building against. About Tom Riddle choosing, when presented with a genuinely better option, to be intelligent about it. "He's going to be difficult," Harry said. "He has conditions and at least 2 of them are going to cause problems and he absolutely hasn't told me everything." He paused. "But he's listening." Hermione looked at him for a long moment. "Is that enough? For tonight?" Harry considered. "Yeah. For tonight it is." She nodded, closed 2 of the notebooks, and started writing in the 3rd. Outside, London breathed in the dark, and the magic in it moved differently than it had a week ago, warmer, more present, like blood in a body that has started, finally, to properly circulate. Chapter 5, The Ministry falls into line. The owl from the Ministry arrived on a Tuesday. It was not a polite owl. It was the kind of owl that the Ministry sent when it wanted to communicate institutional authority, a large, gray, humorless bird that landed on the Leaky Cauldron's windowsill with the bureaucratic precision of a stamped form arriving on a desk. The letter it carried had 3 separate Ministry seals on it, which Harry had always understood to be the administrative equivalent of clearing one's throat very loudly. He opened it over breakfast. "Mr. Potter." You are hereby summoned to appear before a special session of the Wisengamot at 10 o'clock on Thursday morning to address matters of significant concern regarding recent events at Gringotts Bank, including but not limited to, unauthorized activation of restricted magical rights, the reported departure of a registered ministry liaison creature, Phoenix, registered to APWB Dumbledore, and the dissemination of unverified claims regarding so-called sovereign designations that have caused public disruption. Attendance is mandatory. Failure to appear will result in. Harry stopped reading after result in because the rest was legal language about enforcement measures that he found mildly entertaining but not worth finishing breakfast over. He folded the letter and put it beside his plate. They summoned you, Hermione said, reading his expression. Summoned, Harry agreed. Special session. Thursday. Who signed it? He checked the bottom of the letter. Pious Thickness. Acting Head of Magical Law Enforcement. He looked up. Isn't he the one Kingsley flagged as a suspected Voldemort sympathizer? Confirmed sympathizer, Hermione said, with the precision she always applied to that particular distinction. Kingsley has documentation. He's been receiving payments from a shell organization connected to the Malfoy estate for 2 years. She reached for the letter, read it, and set it down with the careful movement of someone restraining a strong reaction. They called the sovereign designation unverified claims. The ministry has always had a complicated relationship with things it can't regulate, Harry said. Ron looked up from his bacon. Are you going to go? Yes. Are you going to? He gestured vaguely at the entirety of Harry's new situation. You know. Be you about it? I was planning on it. Ron considered this, then nodded slowly with the expression of a man who has decided that whatever happens next will at least be interesting. Right. I'll wear something nice. Hermione was already writing, which meant she had 17 thoughts happening simultaneously and was organizing them into ranked order. Harry watched her for a moment, then looked out the window at Diagon Alley where the morning was getting on with itself in the particular way of mornings that didn't know they were significant. A week and a half since his birthday. Voldemort holding to their arrangement, the intelligence from Kingsley suggesting the Death Eater network had gone quiet in the specific way that meant orders had been given. The Hufflepuff cup retrieved from the Lestrange vault 2 days ago, currently in Hermione's bag wrapped in 5 different containment charms, waiting for destruction. The world was changing in the way that worlds changed when the change was real rather than temporary, not in explosions but in the gradual, accumulating shift of 1,000 small things moving in a new direction. The ministry, apparently, had noticed. Thickness is going to try to use this session to discredit the designation before it becomes legally actionable, Hermione said, not looking up. If they can establish in the record that the right is disputed, they slow down any authority you try to exercise through it. It's a procedural gambit. She paused. It won't work, but it'll be messy if we're not prepared. Then we prepare, Harry said. I've been preparing since Tuesday, she said. I just needed to know the date. Wednesday was preparation. Harry spent the morning with Ragnarok, who received the news of the Wisengamot summons with an expression of deep professional satisfaction. Goblins had a complicated institutional relationship with the Wisengamot going back several centuries, and Ragnarok's enthusiasm for any development that might complicate the ministry's authority had the depth of something generational. He produced, within the hour, a formal Gringotts certification of the inheritance right, 12 pages of goblin legal documentation confirming the validity and results of the Veritas sign assessment, stamped with the Great Seal of Gringotts and co-signed by 6 senior vault managers as witnesses. It had the quality of a document that had been partially prepared in advance, which Harry pointed out. We have maintained readiness documentation for the sovereign right for 300 years, Ragnarok said, without the slightest embarrassment. We anticipated that institutional resistance might require formal certification. 300 years of paperwork, Harry said. Goblins are thorough, Ragnarok said. Harry also spent an hour with Kingsley, who walked him through the specific political landscape of the current Wisengamot. 52 members, of whom roughly 20 could be considered reliably independent, 14 were connected to old pure-blood families with Death Eater adjacency in varying degrees, and the remainder were career bureaucrats whose primary motivation was institutional self-preservation and who would respond, Kingsley assessed, to whatever seemed most likely to remain standing by the end of the week. That last group, Harry said. The self-preservers. They're your swing votes, Kingsley confirmed. If they can be persuaded that aligning with the sovereignty is safer than opposing it, they'll move. They'll be persuaded, Harry said. The compulsion will do half the work. Every member of the Wisengamot who has exercised authority without true right will feel it the moment I walk into the room. Kingsley looked at him with his careful, analytical expression. How many of them is that? All of them, Harry said. The Wisengamot has never had legitimate foundational authority. They inherited it from structures that predated the sovereign designation, and the designation was never formally reassigned to them after Merlin died. He paused. Hermione found this in the vault. Technically they've been operating on borrowed time for 14 centuries. Kingsley was quiet for a moment. You're not going to dissolve them. No. I'm going to give them the opportunity to legitimize their authority by acknowledging the sovereignty. Which is actually better than what they have now. Harry picked up his bag. The ones who try to fight it will find the legal ground disappearing under them faster than they expect. Neville trained through most of Wednesday, working with Moody in the garden of Grimmauld Place with focused intensity. Harry checked on them mid-afternoon and found Neville running through a sequence of combat magic that used living magic principles in ways Harry hadn't seen before, not conjuring plants to fight, exactly, but using the principles of growth, structure, and natural force to amplify and direct spell work. A shield charm cast with living magic resonance had a quality that was different from a standard protego. It grew, adapted, filled gaps in real time the way a hedge filled gaps in a fence. Moody watched and said nothing for 30 seconds, then said, again, which for Moody meant it was very nearly perfect. You're inventing new techniques, Harry said to Neville, when they had a moment. I'm not, really. Neville was thinking through it with the thoughtful precision he brought to anything botanical. It's more like, the techniques were always there in the theory of living magic. I'm just applying them because now I can actually do it. He paused. Does that make sense? Yes, Harry said. Don't stop. Luna spent Wednesday doing something that Harry only understood in retrospect. She was at the Quibbler offices with her father, and what she produced by evening was not an article but a set of articles, a series, to be released over the coming week, beginning with a carefully factual account of the Gringotts Rite and its results, cross-referenced with historical documentation that Hermione had provided from the vault, written in a style that was considerably more grounded than the Quibbler's usual register. I talked to Dad about the tone, Luna said, at dinner. He was very understanding. He said that some stories are important enough to tell straight. She served herself soup. He also said he'd been waiting 40 years for a story this good. When does the first piece run? Harry asked. Tomorrow morning, she said. Before your Wisengamot session. She paused. Is that too early? Harry thought about it. About the 30-odd swing voters and what they'd read over breakfast, about the 14 Death Eater adjacent members who would either already know or would learn from the article, about the independent members who needed context before walking into a room with him. No, he said. That's exactly right. Thursday morning was clear and cold for August, the sky the particular pale blue of a day that had decided to behave itself. Harry dressed without ceremony, dark trousers, a clean shirt, the jacket he'd been wearing all week. He didn't wear robes. He wasn't making a fashion statement about it, he simply found robes impractical and had decided, somewhere around Tuesday, that if anyone had an opinion about his clothing they were welcome to bring it up. They flood to the ministry at 9:30. The atrium was different than Harry remembered it. The enormous fountain, the gold statues, he'd been here in 3rd year, in 5th year, in the nightmare versions that the connection to Voldemort had generated. Each time, the space had operated on him as a seat of intimidating authority, a cathedral to institutional power. This time, He walked into it and felt the ministry's magic register his presence the way a forest felt wind, every ward, every detection spell, every ambient enchantment built into the walls and floors and ceiling recognizing the sovereign's frequency and producing the equivalent of a system-wide acknowledgement. Not a dramatic event. Just a shift, like a key turning in a very large lock. People in the atrium noticed. Not all at once and not loudly, just a series of small reactions, heads turning, conversations pausing, the particular quality of attention that moved through a crowd when something changed in the air. Harry walked to the golden lifts with Ron and Hermione on either side and Neville and Luna behind, and Fawkes circling in the atrium's upper space in long, lazy spirals because Fawkes went where he chose and he had chosen this. The lift operator stared. Harry pressed the button for level 10. Courtroom 10 was in the basement. He'd been there before, in 5th year, for the disciplinary hearing about the Dementors. He'd sat in the chair with the chains, which he'd been young enough and unprepared enough that the chains had briefly fastened themselves to his wrists before he made them stop. He remembered Dumbledore beside him. He remembered Fudge's smug determination and Umbridge's pink performance and the feeling of being subject to a process that had already decided its outcome. Today, walking into level 10, he noticed that the corridor looked different simply because of how he was moving through it. Not the corridor itself, the stones were the same, the torches were the same, but the spatial relationship between himself and the place had changed. He wasn't a supplicant navigating an institution. He was a person with foundational authority walking through a building that operated, whether it knew it yet or not, under that authority. The doors to courtroom 10 were large and black and currently guarded by 2 aurors who had clearly been briefed, because they had the particular bearing of men who had been told to project authority and were discovering, as Harry approached, that projecting authority at the actual sovereign was a somewhat complicated exercise. They stepped aside without being asked. The courtroom was full. All 52 Wizengamot members in their plum-colored robes, arranged in the tiered seating that curved around 3 sides of the room. The ministry officials in a separate section. Press in the gallery. Harry saw quick quotes quills hovering above notebooks, saw 2 or 3 faces from the Daily Prophet and, notably, Xenophilius Lovegood with a quibbler photographer, who had apparently arrived an hour early and claimed the best seats. At the front, on the central bench, Pius Thickness. He was a heavy-set man with the particular look of someone who had been moderately powerful for a long time and had confused moderate power with significance. Beside him were 2 other officials Harry recognized from Kingsley's briefing, a witch named Hopkirk, head of the improper use of magic office, and a man named Yaxley, who was on the short list of confirmed Death Eater sympathizers. Harry walked to the front of the room and did not sit in the chair. He stood beside it, facing the bench, and waited. The room's noise declined into silence, the way noise did in a space when something happened that made people instinctively stop talking. Thickness looked at him. The compulsion was already working. Harry could see it in the slight rigidity of Thickness' posture, the way he was holding himself carefully upright. Not enough to bend him, not a man of strong magical alignment, but present and building. "Mr. Potter," Thickness said, with studied neutrality. "Thank you for attending." "Of course," Harry said. "This session has been convened to address several matters arising from the events of." "Before you begin," Harry said, and his voice carried in the courtroom without effort, not loudly but with the quality of something that fills a space completely, "I'd like to introduce some documentation for the record." Thickness paused. "Mr. Potter, the procedure for this session is superseded by sovereign authority," Harry said. "Which is documented in the Gringotts certification I'm about to provide, and which is cross-referenced with the original compact as archived in the sovereign's vault." He reached into his bag and produced copies. Hermione had made 30 copies the night before with the focused efficiency of someone who had been planning this moment since Tuesday. "I'd like the record clerk to register these, please." The record clerk, a young witch in the corner who had been taking notes with automated quills, looked at Thickness. Thickness looked at Harry. Yaxley leaned over and murmured something to Thickness that Harry couldn't hear but could make a reasonable guess at. "Mr. Potter," Thickness said, "the ministry does not recognize, the ministry's recognition is not required," Harry said, pleasantly. The sovereign designation predates the ministry by over 1,000 years. It is not a claim I am making before you for validation. I am informing you of a legal reality that is already in effect. He looked at the record clerk. Please register the documents. The record clerk registered the documents. Thickness' face did something complicated. In the tiered seating behind him, the 52 Wisengamot members were doing various things. Several of the older members, Harry noticed, were very still in the way of people who were reading the situation and recalibrating quickly. The Death Eater adjacent members were in two groups, the ones who were fighting the compulsion with evident effort and the ones who had apparently decided on a different strategy of rigid, deliberate neutrality. This session, Thickness said, recovering his thread, was convened because there have been reports of significant magical disruption originating from Gringotts Bank on the 31st of July, the effects of which have caused public alarm, the effects of which, Harry said, have been documented in this morning's Quibbler and in the certification you've just registered. The disruption was the confirmation of a legitimate inheritance right. The alarm is institutional. He paused. People aren't alarmed. Some institutions are alarmed. Those are different things. From the press gallery, he saw a quick quotes quill accelerate. The so-called sovereign designation has not been officially verified by whom? Harry said. Who has the authority to officially verify a sovereign designation? Name the body. Thickness opened his mouth. Because if you name the Wisengamot, Harry said, I'd like you to cite the original charter that granted the Wisengamot verification authority over foundational magical designations. Specifically from the period before the designation's last occurrence, which was 14 centuries ago. I have the relevant documents from the vault if you'd like to cross-reference them. The silence was brief and very full. One of the older Wisengamot members, a witch with silver hair and an expression of someone who had survived enough ministry politics to recognize a structural argument when she heard one, spoke from the third tier. For the record, could Mr. Potter specify the precise legal mechanism by which the sovereign designation is claimed to supersede existing ministry authority? Her name was Griselda Marchbanks. Harry recognized her from Dumbledore's list of independent members. Retired head of the Wisengamot Examinations Board. Brilliant, principled, and by Dumbledore's assessment, someone who had been waiting for a genuinely substantive legal argument for roughly 40 years. The original compact, Harry said, established the foundational relationship between magical beings and the magic they wield. It predates every subsequent governance structure in the magical world. The sovereign designation, as documented in the compact, represents magic's own authority mechanism, the direct appointment of a governing authority by magic itself rather than by political process. Every governance structure since has operated under this compact, whether or not the current holders of those structures were aware of it. He paused. The ministry doesn't operate independently of the compact. It operates within it. The sovereign designation doesn't override ministry authority from outside. It reconstitutes it from underneath. Marchbanks was writing. Several other independent members were writing. In the corner, Xenophilius Lovegood had put down his copy of the Quibbler and was listening with complete attention. Thickness tried again. Even granting the existence of this alleged compact, Gringotts has maintained the documentation for 14 centuries, Harry said. It's a matter of record. The practical question of how the alleged sovereign authority would interact with existing ministry functions, is an administrative question, Harry said. Which I'm happy to discuss. But it's a second-order question. The first-order question is whether the designation is legitimate. He looked at Thickness directly. You summon me to challenge the designation. The challenge requires the designation to be unsubstantiated. It isn't. I'd rather we acknowledge that and move to the practical questions, which are considerably more productive. Yaxley leaned forward. He was a thin man with the particular economy of movement that Harry associated with people who had trained themselves to give nothing away. Mr. Potter, there are significant concerns about the political implications of, Mr. Yaxley, Harry said, you've been receiving payments from a financial structure connected to the Malfoy estate for 2 years. The documentation is with Gringotts and with Aura Shacklebolt, who is currently outside this courtroom. He said it with the same pleasantness he'd been maintaining throughout, the same reasonable, conversational tone. I'm mentioning this not as a threat but because I think it's relevant context for evaluating the sincerity of your concerns. The room went extremely quiet. Yaxley's face did several things in rapid succession. Thickness looked at him sidelong. In the tiered seating, a visible ripple of attention moved through the members, heads turning, whispered exchanges, the specific electricity of a room that has just felt the floor shift. I'd like to propose, Harry said, into that silence, that we move past the portion of this session that was designed to challenge the designation and skip to the part where we discuss what it means going forward. Because I think most people in this room are practical enough to recognize that the practical conversation is the one that matters. He looked across the full sweep of the tiered seating. The sovereignty isn't a political position. It doesn't replace the ministry or the Wisengamot. What it does is establish the foundational authority that those bodies have always needed and never had. An acknowledgement of the sovereignty is an acknowledgement that magic itself has a governing principle. Most of you, he let his eyes move across the tiers, can feel that principle operating right now. Another silence. This one had a different quality, not the silence of shock but the silence of people checking something internally. Because he was right. Every magical person in that room with any significant power was feeling the sovereign pull, had been feeling it since he'd walked in, and he had just named it out loud and watched them all stop pretending they hadn't. Marchbanks spoke again. Mr. Potter. What, specifically, would formal acknowledgement of the sovereignty require from the Wisengamot? A recorded declaration. 12 words. We acknowledge the sovereignty of magic and its designated representative. He paused. After which, your authority is legitimized rather than operating in an undefined gap. You lose nothing real. You gain a great deal. And those who decline to make the declaration? Marchbanks asked. She wasn't challenging him. She was clarifying the options, which was what brilliant proceduralists did. Decline to participate in a legitimized governance structure, Harry said. Which they're entirely free to do. I'm not compelling anyone. Magic is compelling everyone, but that's between them and their conscience. He let that sit for a moment. I'm here to offer a path through it, not to demand one. Marchbanks looked at him for a long, considering moment. Then she looked at the certification documents that the record clerk had registered. Then she looked at Thickness, who had the defeated quality of a man watching a chess match go wrong in real time. I move, Marchbanks said, in the formal cadence of procedure, that this session recess for 30 minutes to allow members to review the registered documentation before responding to Mr. Potter's proposal. The vote to recess was 41 to 11. The 11 who voted against it were, Harry noted, exactly the 14 Death Eater adjacent members minus 3 who had apparently decided that abstaining was safer than visibly opposing. The room stood and broke into the specific urgent conversation noise of a political body that has just been reorganized by an argument it hadn't prepared for. Harry turned to find Hermione, Ron, Neville, and Luna arranged behind him. Hermione had her notebook out. Ron looked like he'd watched a particularly good Quidditch match. Neville was wearing an expression of quiet satisfaction. Luna was watching the Wisengamot members with her head tilted slightly. Yaxley's going to try to leave, Luna said. Harry looked. Yaxley was moving with careful casualness toward the courtroom doors. Kingsley, Harry said. The doors opened before Yaxley reached them. Kingsley Shacklebolt, in full aura robes, stepped inside with 2 colleagues and a very calm expression. Yaxley stopped. Kingsley looked at him with professional serenity. Mr. Yaxley, Kingsley said. Could I have a word? The remaining 11 uncooperative members watched this exchange and made the various internal calculations that people made when they saw the walls adjusting around them. During the 30-minute recess, Harry stood with his friends in a corner of the courtroom and did not particularly strategize. Ron got him a cup of tea from somewhere. Hermione reviewed her notes. Neville stood with his arms folded looking out at the room with the alert, directional attention that had been new in him this past week. Luna had gotten hold of a copy of the morning's Quibbler and was reading her own article with the detached interest of an editor checking for errors. 2 Wizengamot members approached Harry during the recess. The first was an older wizard named Tiberius Ogden, whom Harry knew by reputation as genuinely honorable and who had resigned from the body in protest during Umbridge's tenure. He shook Harry's hand and said nothing except, "Good," with the force of a man who had been waiting for a reason to come back. The second was a younger witch named Clearwater, not Penelope Clearwater from Gryffindor but a more recent appointee who looked approximately as nervous as it was possible to look while still maintaining forward motion. "Mr. Potter," she said, "if the acknowledgement is made, what actually changes?" "Immediately, I mean. In practical terms. The ministry begins operating with legitimate foundational authority for the first time in its history," Harry said. "Which means every law it passes is properly grounded. Every enforcement action is properly grounded. Every treaty it negotiates is properly grounded." He paused. "And we begin working on the reforms that are long overdue. Blood status requirements. Creature rights. Ministry corruption." He looked at her steadily. "Everything that's been wrong for decades gets addressed from a position of actual legal authority rather than institutional inertia. It gets done properly." She nodded slowly, with the expression of someone who has been given an answer they were hoping for and are therefore slightly suspicious of it. "And if the reforms are difficult? Politically. That's what governance is," Harry said. "Difficult things done properly." She went back to her seat. The session resumed. Thickness called it back to order with reduced authority. You could hear it in his voice, the slight hollowing out of a man whose position had been structurally weakened over the 30-minute break by conversations he hadn't been part of. Marchbanks moved the formal acknowledgement declaration. The vote was 38-9. 4 of the original 11 holdouts had moved. 3 of the remaining 9 were Yaxley's allies and were currently in a different kind of conversation with Kingsley Shacklebolt. 2 were the ministry officials, not Wizengamot members at all, whose objections Harry let go because they were procedurally irrelevant. The record clerk read the declaration into the official record. "We acknowledge the sovereignty of magic and its designated representative." 38 voices, not entirely in unison, carrying the specific weight of a formal legal statement being made by people who understood what they were saying. The magic in the room responded. It was subtle, a slight warming, a shift in the ambient quality of the air, the sensation of something settling that had been technically unsettled for 14 centuries. Most of the people in the room probably couldn't name what they were feeling. But they were feeling something. Harry said, "Thank you," and meant it. Thickness sat back with the expression of a man who had lost a battle he'd thought was unlosable and was now calculating whether there was any position remaining worth defending. He was smart enough to recognize that there wasn't, and that was, in its own way, a point in his favor. The formal session ended and the unofficial one began, members crowding around to ask questions, press pushing forward from the gallery, Xenophilius Lovegood beaming from beneath his collection of odd accessories with the expression of a man whose instincts had just been professionally vindicated. Harry answered questions for 40 minutes, standing in the middle of the courtroom while his friends arranged themselves around him in the natural way, Hermione fielding the legal questions with the focused precision of someone who had been born for exactly this, Ron running interference on the more aggressive reporters with the cheerful immovability of a large natural obstacle, Neville quietly ensuring that no one crowded Harry from behind, Luna collecting business cards from journalists who looked confused but interested. Fawkes descended from somewhere in the upper courtroom at some point during all this and circled once over Harry's head, trailing a ribbon of flame, before landing on his shoulder. The photographer from the Daily Prophet took the picture. It was going to be an interesting front page. McGonagall arrived at some point through the courtroom's flu connection, which Harry hadn't known the courtroom had, and appeared at his shoulder at a moment when the crowd had briefly thinned. "Smooth," she said, with the exact level of professorial understatement she'd always been capable of. "We're not done," Harry said. "I know." She paused. There are going to be members who voted yes today who try to water down the reforms later. When the initial pressure passes. I know that too. He looked at her. That's what the next 6 months are for. The declaration is the foundation. The building takes longer. She nodded. Hogwarts wards are updated, she said. Flitwick and I finished last night. And, she hesitated, which was unusual enough for McGonagall that Harry paid immediate attention. The room of requirement. We found the diadem. Harry went still. Found it, meaning. Found it, meaning it's secured. Warded. Waiting for you. Her expression was careful, the way it got when she was delivering information she'd rather not be delivering. It was in a nest of Fiendfire-adjacent dark artifacts. Someone has been using that section of the room for dark magic storage for a very long time. Draco Malfoy, Harry said. Presumably. We'll go to Hogwarts this weekend. He looked out at the courtroom, at the 38 members who had just made a foundational declaration and were now talking to each other and to the press with the slightly elevated energy of people who had just done something historical and were still processing it. Is the room accessible? To you? Yes. She paused. To others, until we destroy the diadem, possibly not. She said it with the particular inflection of someone who had already thought through the complications and was presenting them in order. This weekend, Harry confirmed. She went back through the flow, because that was McGonagall, get the information in, get the information out, no hanging about. By the time Harry left the ministry at 1 in the afternoon, having spent the last portion of the morning in a separate meeting with Marchbanks and 4 other independent members about the practical mechanics of the reform agenda, the Daily Prophet's afternoon edition was already being prepared. He knew this because a very stressed-looking junior reporter had stopped him in the corridor to ask for comment and he'd given her 3 sentences that were accurate and usable and sent her off looking like she'd caught something valuable. In the atrium, on the way to the exit, they passed the security station where a tired-looking wizard was checking wands. He looked up at Harry and then did a small, involuntary thing with his posture, not a bow, nothing so dramatic, just a slight straightening, a recognition, the magic in him responding to what it was in the presence of. Harry nodded at him. The wizard nodded back. The afternoon sunlight was warm on the street outside. London moved around them in the way London always moved, dense and purposeful and generally indifferent to individual significance, and Harry stood on the pavement for a moment and felt the shape of the day. Right, he said. What's next? Lunch, Ron said immediately. Definitely and absolutely lunch. I am not negotiating on this. The diadem is at Hogwarts, Hermione said, already in motion. We should go this weekend. And there are follow-up meetings needed with at least 7 of the Wisengamot members who looked uncertain about the reform timeline. Lunch first, Ron said firmly. The Horcrux situation is more urgent than, the Horcrux has been in the castle for 30 years, Ron said. It can wait 3 hours. I cannot. I am a person with needs and one of those needs is food. Luna had already begun walking in the direction of a restaurant she apparently had a destination in mind for, because Luna always had a direction. Neville fell into step beside her. Harry watched his friends, this moving, arguing, endlessly capable collection of people who had shown up and kept showing up, and something in his chest did the thing it occasionally did, the thing that was too large for naming. He caught up with them. Lunch, he agreed. Thank you, Ron said, with feeling. The afternoon sun caught Fawkes's wings as the phoenix circled above them, 300 feet up, a bright note against the sky, and on the steps of the ministry behind them the security wizard watched them go and then went back to his wand checking with the particular air of a man who would be telling this story for the rest of his career. Chapter 6, The Cost of the Crown. The Hogwarts grounds smelled like late summer, cut grass and lake water and the particular greenstone smell of the castle itself, a combination that Harry had been breathing in since he was 11 and which had always done something to his chest that no other place in the world did. They arrived Saturday morning, all 5 of them plus Dumbledore, who had requested to come with a brevity that suggested he knew he was requesting rather than directing and wanted that acknowledged. Harry had agreed without ceremony. Whatever complicated history sat between them, Dumbledore knew the castle better than anyone alive, and the diadem was not going to be simple. McGonagall met them at the gates. She looked like she'd been up since 5, which for McGonagall meant she'd been working since 4. She had a clipboard, actual clipboard, Muggle-made, which she favored over charmed parchment for field organization, and she walked them through the updated ward scheme as they moved up the path toward the castle with the focused efficiency of someone delivering a briefing. The outer wards now recognize sovereign frequency magic and will admit or restrict accordingly, she said. The room of requirement is accessible from the 7th floor corridor. We've placed a containment ward on the section housing the diadem, but I want to be clear that it's provisional. The Fiendfire signatures around it are old and layered, and some of them are, she paused. Resentful is probably not the right word for dark artifacts, but it's the most accurate one I have. Resentful is fine, Harry said. We'll need to clear the surrounding objects before we get to the diadem itself, Hermione said. She had her bag, which now contained what Ragnarok had described as a sovereign containment vessel, a small stone box from the vault that was designed specifically to hold Horcruxes safely until destruction could be arranged. They'd already used it for the cup, which had been destroyed 3 days ago in a procedure that Ragnarok had conducted with the reverent precision of a craftsman doing difficult work he'd been trained for his entire life. The cup's destruction had produced a sound like a scream, distant and terrible, that they'd all felt in their teeth for about 10 seconds before it stopped. The dark artifact environment in the room is hazardous independent of the Horcrux. I know, Harry said. I've been in that room before. They went in through the main entrance. The castle was largely empty. It was late August and term hadn't started, the few staff who were in residence moving through the halls with the relaxed purposefulness of people who loved a place more when it was quiet. The stones were warm in the morning light. Portraits watched them pass with the particular attention of people who knew they were watching something important happen and were composing their accounts in real time. At the 7th floor corridor, Harry stopped in front of the blank stretch of wall and stood there for a moment. The room of requirement responded to need. He needed to find the diadem in conditions that would allow them to destroy it safely. He held that need clearly in his mind, unambiguous, and walked past the wall 3 times. The door appeared. Not the same door it had been when he'd used the room before. Those had been wooden, ordinary, scaled to whatever the room had decided it was that day. This door was stone, framed in the same dark material as the vault corridor at Gringotts, and it was already open. The room was enormous. Harry had been in the room of hidden things once, briefly, in 6th year, had moved through the edges of it looking for somewhere to hide his potions book. He'd retained an impression of vastness, of accumulated objects stretching into a distance that shouldn't have been possible inside a school building, layer upon layer of hidden things that stretched back to the castle's founding. Now, standing at the entrance with the containment ward McGonagall and Flitwick had placed glowing faintly at a point about 40 feet in, he could see that the ward was doing real work. The section beyond it moved. Not the objects themselves, but something between them, a distortion in the air, a dark heat, the visual quality of very serious magic left to age in an enclosed space for decades. Right, Moody said, from behind Harry. He'd come with them at his own insistence and had not been turned down because Moody's experience with dark magic had a quality that was like having a geological survey in human form. Standard clearing protocol. Harry goes last. The rest of us work from the outside in. I go first, Harry said. You go last, Moody said, with the flat certainty of a man who had made this argument before and was not losing it this time. Mad Eye. Harry turned and looked at him. The dark artifacts in that room will respond differently to sovereign magic. The Fiendfire signatures will, I know what they'll do, Moody said. That's why you go last. You walk in there first and every dark thing in that room is going to orient toward you and we'll be fighting them all simultaneously. You go last, we've cleared the path, the dark things have been dealt with and what remains is the Horcrux, which is your job. Harry considered this. It was actually sound tactical reasoning, which he acknowledged with a nod. Moody's magical eye gave him a look of satisfaction. They worked in formation. Moody and Neville cleared the outer layer of the artifact field, Moody with the brisk systematic efficiency of a career dark arts expert, Neville with something more interesting, using living magic to essentially grow around the dark objects, understanding their structure the way a naturalist understood an invasive species and finding the correct angles to neutralize without triggering. Objects that reacted to removal spells sat quietly when Neville worked around them with the patience of a gardener. Hermione managed the containment, maintaining the provisional ward while also identifying and categorizing what they encountered, keeping a running list in her notebook with one hand and her wand active in the other, which was the Hermione Granger multitasking that Harry had found alarming at 11 and now found simply reassuring. Ron covered the flanks, which he did with the particular spatial intelligence of an experienced chess player, always positioned at the angle that covered the most ground, calling out threats before they developed because Ron could read the shape of a dangerous situation faster than almost anyone Harry knew and was modest enough about it that most people didn't notice. Luna moved through the artifact field in a way that defied easy description. She seemed to not interact with the dark objects so much as simply not be quite where they were, a fluid, sideways quality of movement that meant nothing reached her and she reached nothing, which was somehow more unnerving to watch than fighting would have been. Dumbledore remained near the entrance, which Harry thought was going to be temporary but which turned out to be a deliberate choice, because at one point a section of old dark magic coalesced into something animate near the door and Dumbledore dealt with it in under 3 seconds with the casual precision of a man swatting a fly, and then stood quietly and waited, which was its own statement. The clearing took 40 minutes. When it was done, the path to the diadem's location neutralized, the fiendfire signatures reduced to cold ash, the animate dark thing stilled, Harry walked forward. He could feel the diadem before he saw it. Not through any specific detection spell but through the same awareness of wrong things that had been part of his magical sense since the Gringotts Rite, a note in the ambient magic of the room that was off-key, a splinter of something that didn't belong in any healthy magical environment. He followed it through the cleared path, past the shells of diffused dark artifacts, past a cabinet that was making a sound that wasn't quite a sound, and found it on a shelf behind a broken vanishing cabinet, sitting on a tilted stack of moldy textbooks as if it had been casually set down there by someone planning to come back for it. Rowena Ravenclaw's diadem. Delicate, silver, set with sapphires that had a quality Harry associated with things that had been beautiful once and were now deeply wrong. The sapphires had a dark depth to them, the darkness of a thing that had been used as a container for something that didn't belong in any container. The soul fragment inside it was aware of him. He felt it the way you felt someone staring at the back of your head, a pressure, a focused malevolence, small and very concentrated. He took the containment vessel from Hermione's bag. On 3? Ron asked, from behind him. No, Harry said. Just watch the perimeter. He picked up the diadem. The soul fragment reacted instantly, the sapphires went fully black, the silver tarnished in real time, and the malevolence became something almost physical, pressing against Harry's sovereign magic with the desperate fury of a thing that had been installed in this object 70 years ago and had spent every moment since trying to find a way out. It found Harry's magical core and pushed against it with everything it had. Harry's sovereign core absorbed it in approximately 4 seconds. The same process as the fragment in himself, not a fight, not a battle, just the universe's largest magical authority encountering a shard of stolen power and reclaiming it the way a river reclaims water that was briefly diverted. The diadem went cold in his hand. The sapphires went gray. The malevolence stopped. He held a beautiful dead object. Done, he said. Done. Ron blinked. Just, done. That's it. That's it. The cup made a noise, Ron pointed out. The cup was destroyed. This one was absorbed. Harry placed the diadem in the containment vessel anyway, because there was still a dark artifact to deal with even without the Horcrux, and passed it back. 3 Horcruxes remaining. The locket, Nagini, and, he stopped. And what? Hermione asked. Harry stood very still for a moment. Something had happened when he absorbed the diadem's fragment. Not in the absorption itself, that was the same as before, clean and complete. In the aftermath, in the quiet that followed, he had felt something that he hadn't felt with the first absorption. A resonance. Like a string being plucked on an instrument and the adjacent string vibrating in sympathy. Another fragment. Somewhere. Close. Not close geographically. Close in magical terms. He turned and walked back through the cleared path, out of the room, into the corridor, and stood in the 7th-floor hallway with his hand against the stone wall, listening to the castle the way you listened to a building when you were trying to hear something specific. The castle listened back. Harry. Hermione's voice behind him. There's another one, he said. Another Horcrux. Dumbledore's count was based on available evidence, Harry said. He turned to Dumbledore, who was standing in the corridor with an expression of focused concern. When you destroyed the ring. Did you examine the stone? The resurrection stone. Dumbledore was very still. The ring was destroyed. The stone, was it in the ring when you destroyed it? A pause that had the specific quality of a man reaching into a very old memory and examining it carefully. The ring shattered, Dumbledore said slowly. The stone separated. I placed the stone in, he stopped. Where? Harry said. The snitch, Dumbledore said. I hid it in the first golden snitch you ever caught. It's been in your Hogwarts trunk. He looked at Harry, and the look had something in it that was very close to horror, the slow, constructed horror of a man realizing that a precaution he'd taken had inadvertently done something he hadn't anticipated. The resurrection stone. Tom handled it. When he created the ring Horcrux, he created it with the stone inside the ring. He paused. The stone itself was never a Horcrux. But the close proximity, decades of proximity, the fragment using the stone as an anchor point, there's a trace, Harry said. Not a full fragment. But enough. Enough to sustain Voldemort in ways I hadn't calculated, Dumbledore said. Very quietly. I missed it. Nobody said anything. The corridor held the particular silence of a place that has been a school for 1,000 years and has accumulated a certain patience with moments of human reckoning. Can it be addressed? Hermione asked, practically, because that was what Hermione did in moments of crisis, moved to what next with the speed of someone who had decided that the problem was already behind them and the solution was the only interesting thing remaining. Yes, Harry said. He could feel the trace the same way he'd felt the resonance, faint, but real. I'll need the snitch. It's at the Dursleys, Ron said. In your trunk. Tonight, then. He looked at Dumbledore. Is there anything else? Anything you've handled, anything you've put aside for later, anything you decided I didn't need to know? It was not said with anger. It was said in the voice of a man doing inventory, which was actually more devastating than anger. Dumbledore closed his eyes briefly. When he opened them his expression had the quality of a man who had chosen, once and for all, to operate without the comfortable omissions. There is one thing, he said. I have known for 2 years that my own death is approaching. The blackened hand, the curse from the ring. I have contained it but not reversed it. I have perhaps 6 months. He paused. I have not told anyone because I was concerned about morale and because I was not ready. I am telling you now because you asked and because you deserve a complete answer. The corridor was very quiet. McGonagall made a sound that she immediately controlled. Hermione looked at the floor for exactly 2 seconds, which was all she allowed herself before she looked back up. Ron's jaw was tight. Neville's eyes had gone to the window. Luna looked at Dumbledore with the particular quality of her gaze that wasn't pity and wasn't sorrow but was something that encompassed both without being limited to either, the gaze of someone who had been looking at difficult truths for so long that she could meet them without flinching. Harry looked at the headmaster he'd been alternately trusting and furious with for 6 years and felt, with clarity, the difference between the old complicated relationship and this one. This was simpler and worse in the way honest things were sometimes worse than their managed versions. Thank you for telling me, he said. Dumbledore inclined his head. We'll talk about the other things this implies. Later. Harry pushed off the wall. For now. The snitch tonight. Then we need to talk about the locket. They began moving down the corridor, the group reorganizing itself in motion, and Harry kept the sharp specific pain of Dumbledore's announcement somewhere deliberate in his chest, not suppressed, not yet processed, just held, the way you held a burning thing when there wasn't a safe place to set it down yet. The Dursleys' house was exactly as Harry had left it, the same suffocating tidiness, the same smell of Vernon's aftershave and Petunia's window cleaner. He went alone, taking 10 minutes to retrieve the old Hogwarts trunk from the cupboard under the stairs where Petunia had moved it the day he'd left, did not knock on any doors or announce himself, found the golden snitch in a small wooden box at the bottom of the trunk's second compartment. The snitch was cold in his hand. Too cold for a metal object at room temperature. He could feel the trace from outside the box, the faint resonance, the distant echo of something that had used this stone as an anchor for decades. He opened the box. The snitch sat in it, wings still, the gold slightly tarnished. He picked it up and held it in both hands and did what he'd learned to do with the fragments, opened the full depth of his sovereign core and let magic reclaim what was misallocated. The trace released with a sound like a thread snapping. Very small. Very final. The snitch's wings twitched, then went still again. Harry put it back in the box, closed the trunk, and left the house through the front door, which he locked behind him out of habit. On the way back to London, operating through the evening, he thought about the Count. The cup, destroyed by Ragnarok. The diadem, fragment absorbed. The trace in the snitch, resolved. The fragment that had been in himself, integrated at the Rite. That was 4. Remaining, the locket at the Ministry, in Umbridge's possession. Nagini. And Voldemort himself, whose connection to his own anchors was being systematically removed without his knowledge. He should tell him. The arrangement they'd made at the Riddle House had been predicated on a degree of honesty that Harry intended to maintain, partly because Voldemort's cooperation was more useful than his fury and partly because deceiving someone as a matter of policy made you the kind of person who deserved to be deceived in return. He'd tell him at the next meeting. He arrived back at the Leaky Cauldron to find the private dining room in a particular state. Luna was seated at the table with 3 newspapers spread before her and an expression that was attentive in the sharp, focused way rather than the dreamy way, which was always a signal. Neville was standing at the window with his arms folded. Ron and Hermione were in the middle of what appeared to have been a heated exchange that had paused when Harry walked in, their positions still carrying the physical residue of an argument, Hermione standing with her arms crossed, Ron with his hands on the back of a chair. "What happened?" Harry said. Luna answered, because she was looking at the newspapers. The Daily Prophet ran a piece this afternoon. She turned one of the papers so Harry could read the headline. Potter's power grab, sovereign claim threatens wizarding democracy. He read the first 3 paragraphs. Sensationalized, structurally dishonest, clearly written by someone with an agenda and a tight deadline. The article suggested that the Wisingamot session had been a coercion, that the declaration had been extracted under magical duress, and that anonymous ministry sources were calling for a formal review. Anonymous ministry sources, Hermione said, tightly. That's thickness people. The ones who didn't vote with us on Thursday. There's more, Ron said, and his voice had the quality it got when he was angry about something specific. He pushed a second paper toward Harry, not the Prophet but something that looked like an unofficial pamphlet, printed on cheap parchment, the kind of thing that circulated in the more extreme corners of wizarding society. The Muggle Lover's Agenda, How Potter Plans to Destroy Wizarding Heritage. Harry read it. Set it down. It's the Blood Purity faction, Neville said, from the window. The ones who can't directly oppose Voldemort because they're aligned with him, but can't be seen supporting you either because the reform agenda threatens their position. They're going to weaponize the press, Hermione said. Create a narrative where the sovereignty is a tyranny rather than a restoration. It won't stop the legal reality but it'll create public resistance that makes every reform harder to implement. We expected this, Harry said. Expecting it and dealing with it are different. We deal with it by moving faster than they can build the narrative, Harry said. He looked at the pamphlet again. Then at Luna. The Quibbler series. Running all week, Luna said. But the Prophet has wider circulation. The Prophet has wider circulation today, Harry said. Luna, what's your father's current print capacity? Luna tilted her head. With the new press he bought last year. About 40,000 copies at a push. She paused. But the Prophet prints 200,000 on a slow day. Who reads the Prophet? Harry said. Everyone, Hermione said. Who believes it? A pause. Fewer people than they think, Ron said slowly. After the Umbridge years, after everything they wrote about Harry being attention-seeking in 5th year, there's a segment that stopped trusting them completely. The Prophet's credibility is eroded but its distribution is intact, Harry said. We need both. He sat down. Right. 2 things. 1, Xenophilius publishes everything we give him, accurate and documented, and the Quibbler's readership spreads it because the Quibbler is the source people trust for the actual story. 2, we find someone inside the Prophet who can be worked with. Not to control the narrative. To ensure the accurate information is available to the reporters who want to use it. There's a journalist named Skeeter, Hermione said, and then made a face at her own suggestion. Which, I know. But she follows power. If she becomes convinced the sovereignty is the winning side, she'll manufacture a narrative in our favor, Harry said. Which I'd rather not do. Then we don't use Skeeter. Hermione uncrossed her arms and picked up her notebook. There's a senior reporter named Bradley at the Prophet, not Skeeter, who has apparently been trying to file accurate Voldemort-related stories for 2 years and being blocked by editorial. Kingsley mentioned him. Get his contact information, Harry said. We give him everything. Documented, sourced, accurate. He publishes what he can get through editorial, we publish the rest through the Quibbler. The contrast between what he's trying to file and what editorial allows him to publish becomes its own story. Hermione was already writing. There's one more thing, Luna said. She had folded the newspapers and set them aside with a precision that meant she was moving to something she considered more serious. The moving in the old places I mentioned earlier this week. She paused. It's not just the magical sites anymore. 3 reports came in to Dad today from communities in Scotland, Wales, and Ireland. Old magic is surfacing. Not dark, old. Wild. The kind that predates the distinction between dark and light. She looked at Harry. The kind that Merlin himself apparently struggled to integrate. Harry thought about Merlin's letter. About the 7 branches of magic, one of which was wild. Explain surfacing. Wards failing, Luna said. Not being broken, dissolving. Wards that were placed to contain very old magical presences. Presences that have been dormant for centuries and are now awake because the ambient magic has been raised by the sovereign designation. She tilted her head. Some of them are simply old and harmless and confused. Some of them are not. How not? Ron asked. In the Scottish report, 3 Muggle children were temporarily transfigured. Accidentally. The presence didn't intend harm, it was just old magic moving through populated space without understanding the current landscape. She paused. In Ireland, 2 wizarding families have had their protections stripped. Again, not maliciously. The old magic is just, moving through, like weather, and it doesn't recognize modern structures. This is the other side of raising the ambient level, Hermione said, in the voice of someone updating their threat assessment in real time. Higher ambient magic means everything responds, including things that have been contained by the lower ambient level. Harry sat with this for a moment. The picture coming together, in raising the magical baseline by existing as the sovereign, he had not just given Neville back his ceiling or woken the old sites. He had also loosened every cork in every old bottle. Can it be managed? Neville asked. Wild magic, Harry said quietly. He thought about the branch designation. The Veritas sign had confirmed his core operated across all 7 branches. Wild magic was one of them. Not the same as void, not the same as elemental, rawer than both, older, the magic that existed before any witch or wizard learned to channel it. The kind Merlin himself had struggled with. I can communicate with it. You think? Ron said. The branches aren't just designations, Harry said slowly, working through it. The sovereign core operates across all of them because the sovereign is magic's representative. Not just the light branches, not just the ordered ones. Wild magic is mine too. He looked at his hands for a moment. I can't stop it from moving. But I might be able to give it direction. Something to orient toward that isn't random. That sounds like something we should test very carefully in controlled conditions, Hermione said. That sounds like something we should do before more Muggle children get transfigured, Harry said. She conceded this with a look that meant he was right, but she was going to make sure the testing was as controlled as possible anyway. The evening was late now, the candles burning lower, and the day, which had started with the diadem and moved through 6 different developments and deposited them here, at this table with these problems, was catching up with all of them in the physical way of long days. Ron's eyes were heavy. Neville was leaning back in his chair with the loose-limbed quality of a person running on the residual energy of a significant expenditure. Luna had somehow acquired a cup of something warm and was curled sideways in her chair reading again. Tomorrow, Harry said. We address the wild magic situation. Tonight, sleep. For once, nobody argued. He sat for a few minutes after the others had gone, in the quiet of the room with the newspapers and the notebooks and the cups of cold tea. Fawkes was on the windowsill, half awake, one eye open and one closed. The night outside was dark and warm. He thought about Dumbledore's hands. The blackened one, held without concealment today. 6 months, maybe, if the containment held. Harry had been moving so fast since his birthday, plans and meetings and vaults and negotiations and courtrooms, that he hadn't had much space to simply feel things. He felt something now, in the quiet of the room. Not grief exactly, not yet. But the beginning shape of it, the specific ache of knowing that something was ending. That the complicated old man with the twinkling eyes and the terrible omissions and the genuine, profound love for a world he'd been trying to protect in all the wrong ways, was going to be gone. Fawkes made a sound from the windowsill. Not the beginning of a song, just a single note, pure and carrying and briefly enormous in the small room, the kind of note that contained everything a sound could contain and asked nothing of the person hearing it. Harry sat with it. Then he got up, went upstairs, and slept, deeply and without dreams, for the first time in longer than he could remember. Chapter 7. All oaths returned to the source. The wild magic problem announced itself on Monday morning by turning the Thames gold. Not metaphorically. Not a trick of light. The river ran a deep, warm gold for approximately 40 minutes before returning to its normal grey-brown, and every Muggle who witnessed it either stood on bridges taking photographs or quietly decided they'd been working too hard. The magical community, who had better context for the color, mostly just stood and watched with the specific expression of people who recognized something ancient and had no category for it. Harry was at the embankment when it started, which was not coincidence. Luna had woken him at 5 with a look that meant now, and they'd arrived in time to stand at the railing and watch the gold spreading upstream from somewhere near Richmond, moving against the current like something with intention. He put both hands on the metal railing and reached for the wild magic branch of his core. It was different from the other branches. All of his magic was present and responsive, but the others had the quality of things that had been trained. They responded to will, to intention, to the shaped thought of a wizard who knew what he wanted. Wild magic didn't respond to will in the same way. It was more like weather than a tool, enormous and indifferent and moving according to its own logic. He could feel it in the river, could feel the ancient presence that had come up through the water table from somewhere very old underneath the city, confused and enormous and not malicious, just moving through the contemporary world the way a river moved through structures built in its path. He didn't try to command it. That was the critical difference he'd been working out since Sunday night, the thing that distinguished sovereign communication from ordinary magical control. You didn't order wild magic. You oriented it. The way you didn't order a river but you could shape the ground it moved through. He held the image clearly, the old places. The natural channels. The paths that had existed before London, before roads and railways and Muggle infrastructure, the lines in the earth that wild magic had always traveled before being displaced by 3,000 years of human construction. He offered those paths as available rather than demanded. The gold in the river shifted. Swirled. And then, over about 20 seconds, drained away, not dispersing but flowing, moving west with the particular directional quality of something that had found an adequate route. He could follow it at the edge of his perception, heading for the natural path out of the city and into open country. He let out a slow breath. Luna was at his shoulder. That was elegant. That was terrifying, Harry said. But it worked. The two aren't mutually exclusive. She watched the river return to gray. There are 3 other locations active today. I have the reports. They spent Monday on the wild magic problem, which turned out to be less a crisis than an adjustment, repeatedly pressing, time-consuming, and requiring a level of focused reach into the wild branch that left Harry with a particular kind of tiredness by evening, the deep-bone tiredness of sustained effort rather than acute expenditure. Each location was different, each old presence had its own character, its own confused and enormous sense of displacement. He learned, across the 4 locations, to move quickly and precisely, enough presence to orient, not so much that it destabilized. Hermione documented everything. By Tuesday she had a working theory about the pattern of activation, which allowed them to predict the next several sites with reasonable accuracy and get there before anything visible to Muggles occurred. You're essentially doing magical ecology, Neville told Harry, on Tuesday evening, with the tone of a man who found this concept extremely satisfying. Managing the habitat. I'm going to tell Ragnarok that, Harry said. He'll enjoy it. The second Voldemort meeting was scheduled for Wednesday. Harry had sent the communication through the channel they'd established at the Riddle House, a specific magical signature sent through a piece of enchanted parchment that Voldemort had provided, which Harry had accepted without ceremony as the pragmatic tool it was. The response came back within the hour, Wednesday. The same location. Midnight. Bring the witch if you must. He means me, Hermione said, reading over Harry's shoulder. Doesn't he? He's been hearing about you since second year, Harry said. He told me at the first meeting that your Gringotts documentation was thorough. That's either a compliment or a threat assessment. With Tom it's usually both. She looked at the parchment for a moment with an expression that was analytically interested and cautious in equal measure. I'll come. A pause. Ron too. Obviously. And we tell him about the Horcruxes. That was already the plan. I know, she said. I just wanted to say it out loud so it felt real. Wednesday moved quickly. In the morning, Harry met with Marchbanks and the Reform Committee, a group of 7 Wisengamot members who had formed around the Acknowledgement Declaration with the focused energy of people who had been waiting for something to organize around and had finally found it. They were working through the blood status legislation, which was the ugliest and most entrenched of the ministry's structural failures, requiring not just new laws but the dismantling of existing ones that had been embedded in so many subsequent pieces of legislation that removing them was like pulling roots from a wall without disturbing the wall. Marchbanks had a gift for legislative architecture that Harry found genuinely remarkable. She could hold the structure of 5 interconnected laws in her head simultaneously and identify the removal sequence that caused the minimum structural damage. She reminded him, in some ways, of Hermione, the same quality of intelligence that was both comprehensive and immediately practical. The blood registry is the keystone, she said, laying out documents across her desk in the ministry office she'd reclaimed from a bureaucrat who had vacated it with notable speed after Thursday's session. Every piece of discriminatory legislation references it. Remove the registry and the rest loses its definitional foundation. It doesn't repeal automatically, there's still work, but it removes the load-bearing element. How long to remove the registry through the Wiesengemot? 3 weeks if we move fast. 2 if we accept some opposition arguments in committee rather than fighting every one. She looked at him over her glasses. Picking battles is not cowardice. It's efficiency. I know, Harry said. Let's aim for 2. In the afternoon, Kingsley brought news about Thickness, which was the less pleasant part of the day. Thickness had not resigned after Thursday's session, as several people had expected. Instead he'd been very quiet, very still, and very busy, meeting with the remaining oppositional Wiesengemot members, making ministry appointments that shifted certain personnel around in ways that looked administrative but weren't, and establishing what Kingsley characterized as a procedural resistance infrastructure. Not open opposition. Something more insidious, the machinery of institutional friction, every process made slower, every reform given more committees and longer timelines. He can't stop the reforms, Kingsley said. But he can delay them and dilute them. He needs to go, Harry said. Getting him out cleanly requires either his resignation, a formal misconduct hearing, or a governing authority superseding his appointment. Kingsley's expression was precise and neutral in the way of a man presenting options without advocating for any of them. The Yaxley documentation is enough for a misconduct hearing if Marchbanks moves it. Thickness himself hasn't done anything directly prosecutable yet. But he was at every meeting where Yaxley made those decisions, and we have attendance records. Is he connected to Voldemort directly? Not demonstrably. He's what I'd call a fellow traveler, aligned in interest rather than oath. Harry thought about this. About the institutional resistance structure being built even as the legal ground shifted. About Thickness as the new shape of the problem, the antagonist who didn't fight with spells but with paperwork. Move the hearing, he said. Through Marchbanks. This week if possible. It'll generate noise, Kingsley said. Good, Harry said. Let the noise happen in the right direction. The Riddle House at midnight had a different quality on the second visit. The first time, everything had been new, the assessment, the navigation, the sensation of meeting Voldemort in his own space as an equal. This time, walking up the hill under a sky that had clouded over since morning, Harry felt the familiarity of a thing that was becoming a pattern. Not comfortable, exactly. But known. Ron and Hermione flanked him. Neither had been here before. Ron's eyes moved across the property with the tactical attention he always brought to unfamiliar terrain. Hermione's were taking in everything with the analytical focus of someone building a complete picture. The door opened before they reached the steps. Not Bellatrix this time. Draco Malfoy. Harry stopped at the base of the steps. The last time he'd seen Draco had been in the corridors of Hogwarts at the end of 6th year, in the circumstances that had ended badly for several people, Draco not least among them. He looked different. Thinner. The Malfoy composure intact but carrying visible strain behind it, the way a wall looked when you knew there was pressure on the other side. Potter, Draco said. His eyes moved to Ron and Hermione briefly. Weasley. Granger. Malfoy, Harry said. An odd beat. Draco's magic, Harry could feel it clearly from here, the compass pull that Draco had apparently been experiencing since the birthday, the sovereign recognition that had been pulling at him for 2 weeks with nowhere to put itself. Up close, it was stronger and more disrupted than Harry had anticipated. Draco had been fighting it. Not with Voldemort's controlled fury but with the confused resistance of someone who didn't entirely understand what he was fighting. He's expecting you, Draco said, and stepped aside. They walked in. Draco fell into step slightly behind them, which wasn't quite following and wasn't quite escorting, something in between that suggested he was making choices in real time about what he was doing here. The same room. The same table, 2 chairs at opposite ends. The fire burning black. But 3 additions, a 3rd chair at the midpoint of the table that hadn't been there before, which was either an invitation or a statement, Nagini curled on a surface near the window, her great scaled weight shifting as they entered, and a very slight change in Voldemort's presentation. He was standing when they entered rather than sitting, and he was looking not at Harry first but at Hermione. "Miss Granger," he said. "Not the Muggle-born. Not a slur. Just the name." "Tom," Hermione said, which she'd clearly been preparing to say since Harry mentioned bringing her, because Hermione didn't walk into rooms unprepared, and the effect was worth the preparation. Something fractional and almost imperceptible moved through Voldemort's expression, a very brief recalibration. Harry sat. Voldemort sat. Ron took a position at the side of the room that put both the door and Nagini in his sight line and leaned against the wall in the relaxed posture of someone who was not remotely as relaxed as he was presenting. Draco stood near the door, his arms folded, his expression doing the complicated work of maintaining Malfoy neutrality in conditions that weren't neutral. Hermione sat in the third chair. "You have new information," Voldemort said. "Statement, not question." "Several things," Harry said. "The diadem is gone." "Absorbed." He watched the red eyes. "That's 4 of the 7, the diary, the ring, the cup, the diadem. The trace on the resurrection stone." 5. Silence. "The trace on the stone," Voldemort said, very carefully. "Residual fragment from the ring creation. It had been using the stone as an anchor. I found it when the diadem's absorption created a resonance." Harry's voice was level. "It's gone. The stone itself is intact." Another silence. Voldemort's hands were flat on the table. "You are systematically dismantling my anchors." "I'm reclaiming misallocated magic," Harry said. "Which is a function of the sovereignty I can't simply turn off. The fragments are drawn to the sovereign core, they respond to it the way all magic responds to its proper authority. I can't absorb them faster than they're ready to release, but I also can't stop it from happening." He paused. "I told you at the first meeting that I wasn't going to deceive you on matters that directly affect your situation. This is one of those matters." Voldemort was very still. The red eyes moved to Nagini, then back. "The snake," Harry said. "Nagini is not a Horcrux," Voldemort said. "She is." Harry said it without heat, without drama, because the drama wasn't the point. "She was made one approximately 15 years ago, in the village of Little Hangleton, before your full resurrection. You embedded the fragment during a period when you were reduced. You may not have full memory of it." He paused. "The magic in her is wrong. Not Nagini herself, the fragment that was installed in her without her consent." The room was very quiet for a different reason now. In the corner, Nagini's great head lifted. She turned it toward Harry and her tongue tasted the air and she made a sound that was not threat. It was something else. Something that, in her language, Harry understood without quite being able to explain how, something that meant correct and I know and this has been wrong for a long time. Voldemort looked at his snake. Something moved through his face that Harry had not expected to see there and did not have an easy name for. The look of someone confronted with the evidence that something they cared for, genuinely, in their own limited and damaged way, had been harmed by their own hand. "She suffers," Harry said. Not accusatory. Just, the fact. "She functions," Voldemort said. But his voice had a new quality to it, very slightly rougher at the edges. "There's a difference." Harry had thought about this moment. He'd thought about using it, about the tactical value of the Nagini revelation, about how it might move Voldemort. He hadn't anticipated that it would move him in this particular direction, which was neither tactical nor useful to Harry's position. It was simply the human response of a person who had, in the ruin of his humanity, preserved one genuine attachment and was being shown that even that had been contaminated. Not a weapon, Harry decided. Not useful. Just true. "The fragment can be removed without destroying her," Hermione said, from her chair. Her voice was precise and careful in the way of a person choosing every word. "If she consents to it. It's not the same process as destroying the object Horcruxes, there's a living being involved, and living magic responds differently. But there's documentation in the vault. A process. She paused. She would be healthier. More herself. Voldemort looked at Nagini for a long moment. The snake looked back. Whatever passed between them in that sustained attention, in the private language of decades, Harry couldn't follow. But when Voldemort looked back at him, something had changed again. Another fractional adjustment. The red eyes carrying something that wasn't surrender and wasn't trust but was a kind of bare, reluctant honesty. "The locket," he said. "Still at the Ministry." "Umbridge." Harry paused. "That one I'll need your help with." "A beat." "My help." Umbridge is, Harry considered how to characterize this. Complicated. She doesn't know about the locket's real nature. She's wearing it as a status symbol. Getting it away from her cleanly requires either her cooperation or a Ministry action that she'll resist and that will generate the kind of noise I'd rather avoid. He looked at Voldemort. "You have leverage over her that the Ministry doesn't." "I have leverage over a great many people," Voldemort said, and there was something in his voice that was almost dry. Almost human. "Use it for this. And in exchange. The arrangement we made. Intact." Harry held the red gaze. "And I'll work with Hermione on the Nagini process. Arrange it properly. Give her that back." Another silence. Draco, at the door, had stopped pretending to be uninvested. He was watching this exchange with naked attention, the Malfoy mask somewhere on the floor behind him, the real face of a young man encountering a different version of possible than the one he'd been handed. "Agreed," Voldemort said. "There's one more thing," Harry said. "And this one is harder." He folded his hands on the table. "The arrangement we made assumes your continued cooperation across a reform agenda that is going to systematically undermine many of the structures your organization has benefited from. I need to know that the cooperation is real and not strategic patience." "You're asking me whether I intend to honor an agreement," Voldemort said. "I'm telling you that if you don't, the compulsion will continue degrading your power until the magical cost of resistance is simply too high," Harry said. "That's not a threat. It's physics. I'm also telling you that if you do honor the arrangement, the degradation stops. Your power stabilizes. The world you end up with is genuinely better than the one you've been building, for reasons you understood at the first meeting." He paused. "I'm giving you the choice clearly because I think you're capable of making it properly, and because making it properly matters more than the outcome of this specific conversation." Voldemort looked at him with the focused, unreadable attention he brought to things he was taking seriously. "You speak to me as an equal," he said. "No," Harry said. "I speak to you as someone with authority over the situation. I'm not pretending that's the same as equal." He paused. "But I'm also not pretending you're not intelligent enough to handle honesty." Something that was not quite a smile touched the corner of Voldemort's mouth. It was gone in an instant. But it had been there. "I will honor the arrangement," he said. "For reasons you identified correctly at the first meeting. I am intelligent enough to take the better path." Harry nodded. "There is one condition I did not raise at the first meeting," Voldemort said. "Because I was not ready to raise it." He paused. "The Death Eaters who have committed serious crimes. Murders. Torture." His voice was even. "Some of them will be prosecuted regardless of any arrangement. I understand this. I am not asking for blanket immunity." He paused again. "I am asking for a distinction to be made, formally, between those who are prosecuted for their actions and those who are prosecuted simply for having been aligned with me. Political allegiance is not a crime." Harry thought about this. About the people in the Death Eater ranks who had been there from true belief, from coercion, from family pressure, from all the complicated reasons humans ended up in terrible places. About the ones who had tortured and murdered and should be prosecuted. About the ones who had worn a mark and done nothing worse than fear a man powerful enough to make fear rational. That distinction is already in the reform framework, he said. Crimes are prosecuted. Allegiance is not. He looked at Voldemort. This was always going to be part of the arrangement. Voldemort nodded once. Sharp and final. Then we are in agreement. They were outside, halfway down the hill, when Draco appeared behind them. He moved quietly for someone who hadn't been trying to be quiet, just walked out of the house and down the path after them, and when Harry heard him and turned, Draco stopped and stood in the middle of the path with his arms at his sides and his face doing nothing except being honest, which for Draco Malfoy was the bravest thing Harry had probably ever seen him do. I want out, Draco said. Harry waited. I'm not asking for, Draco stopped. Reset. The pull. Since your birthday. My magic keeps, he made a gesture that was almost helpless, which for Draco was an extraordinary thing. I can't make it stop. I've tried. It keeps pointing at you and I can't make it stop and I need to know what that means. It means your magical alignment is naturally oriented toward the sovereignty, Harry said. Not toward Voldemort. Not toward the Death Eaters. It has been since before you were born, most likely. He paused. You can't make it stop because it's not a mistake. It's just true. Draco looked at him. In the dark, on the hill, with the Riddle House behind him and the village below and the clouded sky above, he looked younger than Harry had ever seen him look, stripped of the performance that had been his primary personality for 6 years. What does it mean practically? Draco said. For me. It means you have a choice, Harry said. A real one, possibly the first real one you've been in a position to make. You can stay in there and serve an arrangement you don't believe in, or you can come with us and do something that your magic has been trying to tell you to do since the 31st of July. What's that? Be on the right side, Ron said, from beside Harry, with the simple directness of someone for whom this had always been obvious and couldn't quite believe it had taken this long to become obvious to everyone else. Draco looked at Ron. Something complicated moved between them, 6 years of history, most of it antagonistic, some of it more nuanced than either of them had been mature enough at the time to acknowledge. Ron didn't look hostile. He looked like a person who had made peace with the fact that people could change, mostly because he'd watched Harry do it with Voldemort and after that the bar for believing in change had shifted considerably. What happens to my family? Draco asked. Your father cooperated at the Riddle House when asked, Harry said. He's in the arrangement. Your mother never took the mark. She's not prosecutable. He paused. Your family will be fine, Draco. Not powerful the way they were. But fine. Draco nodded. Very slowly. Then he walked forward, past Harry, onto the path toward the bottom of the hill, and stopped and looked back. Well, he said. Are we going or not? Ron made a sound that was possibly a laugh. They went. Back at the Leaky Cauldron, past 2 a.m, Harry sat with Hermione and went through everything. The meeting, the Nagini process, the locket plan, Draco's arrival in their kitchen, which Tom had accommodated without a flicker of surprise, because Tom was made of discretion, sitting at the table eating toast with the careful deliberateness of someone anchoring themselves to something ordinary. The locket, Hermione said. Voldemort will get it from Umbridge within the week, Harry said. He has leverage. He'll use it quietly. And we trust that. We verify it. Kingsley can confirm when the locket moves out of the Ministry's magical inventory. He paused. And then we destroy it. Leaving Nagini. Leaving Nagini. He looked at the window, at the dark alley outside. She needs the fragment removed before the final arrangement is formalized. She can't carry a piece of Tom Riddle's soul while she's living in proximity to Tom Riddle. It complicates everything. I'll work on the process, Hermione said. There are 2 vault texts that address living magic containment. I think combined with standard Horcrux removal theory, modified significantly, there's a path. How long? A week. Maybe less. I need Neville for the living magic component. She paused. And I need to do it without anyone else knowing what it is, because if the Death Eaters find out we're removing Nagini's Horcrux before the arrangement is formalized, it could destabilize everything, Harry agreed. Quietly, then. She closed her notebook. Harry. She said his name differently than she usually did, with the weight of something she'd been holding back. Dumbledore. 6 months. I know. What are you going to do? I don't know yet, he said honestly. There might be something in the vault. Some of Merlin's work on dark magical curses. Ragnarok is looking. He paused. But maybe nothing. Maybe 6 months is 6 months. Hermione was quiet. Then, he loves you. In the way people who are bad at showing love do, messily, with terrible judgment, and absolutely. I know, Harry said. I love him too. That's what makes it complicated. Draco, across the room, said nothing and ate his toast and looked out the window at the dark street. But his presence there, at the table, in the right place, with his magic finally pointing at something true, was its own kind of development. The kind that didn't announce itself. The kind that just began. Thursday passed in the shape of institutions adjusting under pressure. The thickness misconduct hearing moved through the Wisengamot with the speed that Kingsley had said was possible if Marchbanks moved fast, which she did. Thickness resigned rather than faced the hearing, which was a better outcome than a contested removal and meant the procedural resistance infrastructure he'd been building lost its organizing center. His replacement was interim and not ideal but was at least not actively obstructive. Yaxley was formally charged under 3 different statutes, which Kingsley handled with quiet satisfaction and impeccable documentation. The blood registry repeal moved into committee. 2 weeks was still the target. Marchbanks was doing things with legislative architecture that made Hermione describe her, with total sincerity, as extraordinary. The wild magic activations had slowed after Monday's work, not stopped, but manageable, Harry developing a feel for the reach and communication that was becoming more natural with practice. He thought about Merlin's letter, I was afraid most of the time. Being afraid doesn't mean the power isn't real. He wasn't afraid of the wild magic anymore. He was learning its grammar. Friday brought Dumbledore to the Leaky Cauldron. He arrived unannounced in the mid-morning and sat in the private dining room with his tea and waited for Harry with the patience of a man who had learned, finally, that waiting was better than managing. Harry sat with him for 2 hours. They talked about the vault texts that Ragnarok was reviewing for the curse-breaking possibility. About the 6 months. About what Dumbledore wanted to do with the time that remained, which turned out to be simpler and more human than Harry had expected, finish writing a book he'd been working on for 30 years, spend time with Aberforth, see the school one more time in full session. Small things. The thing about living a very long time, Dumbledore said, is that eventually the large things resolve themselves into very small ones. What mattered in the end was the cup of tea and the conversation. I spent 50 years managing the large things and neglecting the small ones. He paused. I don't recommend it. I'll keep that in mind, Harry said. You will, I think. Dumbledore looked at him. You've built something here, Harry. In 2 weeks. Something that should have been built decades ago and wasn't because no one had the authority and the courage simultaneously. He paused. Do not let anyone convince you that what you've done is easy or inevitable. It isn't. It took exactly you, at exactly this moment, with exactly these people. He looked at the door, through which the sounds of the dining room carried, Ron's voice, Neville's lower register, Hermione's quill. Don't lose that. Whatever happens next. Don't lose the people. I won't, Harry said. They finished their tea and Dumbledore left, and Harry sat alone in the room for a few minutes with the particular quality of an afternoon that was moving towards something significant but hadn't arrived yet. The locket still at the ministry. Nagini still carrying her fragment. The arrangement with Voldemort conditional and fragile and real. The Wisengamot reforming. The wild magic adjusting. Draco at the breakfast table every morning, eating toast, saying very little, being somewhere new. He thought about Merlin's vault, about the 1400 years of waiting. About his mother in a house in Godric's Hollow, making the last decision that would change everything. About being 11 years old and stepping onto a train and meeting a red-haired boy and a bushy-haired girl and beginning the longest chapter of his life. About all the pieces arriving in their correct places. His magic was warm and certain in his chest. The hum of it steady and present, the way breathing was steady and present, unconscious, natural, completely his. He picked up his bag and went back to his friends. Chapter 8, The Sovereign Speaks. The locket arrived on a Sunday. Not by owl. It arrived the way Voldemort did things when he was choosing to be direct rather than theatrical. It simply appeared on the table in the private dining room of the Leaky Cauldron at 7 in the morning, sitting on a square of black cloth with a note folded beneath it. The note said, in that immaculate calligraphy, as agreed. The previous owner will not be looking for it. Harry didn't want to think too hard about what that meant for Umbridge. He picked up the locket with a cloth and put it in the containment vessel. 6 Horcruxes addressed. 1 remaining. Hermione's process for Nagini had been ready since Friday. She'd worked on it for 5 days with the focused intensity she brought to problems that mattered, building the procedure from 2 vault texts on living magic containment and a modified extraction theory that she'd developed herself, annotating and revising until she had something that was both theoretically sound and practically executable. She'd walked Harry through it twice. She'd walked Neville through the living magic component 3 times. She'd written it out in full and then rewritten it more clearly and then made a version with diagrams. "You're ready," Harry told her, on Sunday morning, when she showed him the final version. "I've been ready since Thursday," she said. "I was just making sure." "There's a difference between ready and certain." "Yes. I'm both now." The procedure required Nagini's consent. This was non-negotiable. The living magic framework collapsed without it, and beyond the technical requirement, Harry would not do something to a living creature without its understanding of what was happening. He'd communicated this to Voldemort at their second meeting. Voldemort had said, with the studied evenness of a man choosing not to examine his own reaction too closely, that Nagini would consent. He'd been right. Harry had spoken to her on Friday evening, in Parseltongue, while Voldemort sat at the end of the room with his hands folded and his expression perfectly controlled. The conversation had been long and slow and required Harry to find language in Parseltongue for concepts he'd never had to express in any language: fragment, extraction, wholeness, choice. Nagini had listened with the absolute attention of a creature who had been waiting a long time for someone to explain something she had always known was wrong inside her. Her consent, when she gave it, was complete. "Yes," she'd said. "Take the wrong piece out. I have wanted this since before I knew what it was." Harry had looked at Voldemort when she said that. Voldemort had looked at the window. The extraction happened on Sunday afternoon in the drawing room of the Riddle House, because it was the largest controlled magical space available and because Voldemort had offered it without being asked, which was a statement of something that nobody in the room chose to explicitly name. Nagini lay in the center of the room, still and enormous, her scales catching the afternoon light through the tall windows. Neville knelt at her left side, his hands hovering just above her, the golden living magic light steady between his palms, not touching her, just present, creating the biological magical framework that Hermione's process required. Hermione stood at the head of the room with her wand moving through a complex sequence that she'd memorized completely and was executing without looking at her notes, which Harry had noticed her doing during the one run-through they'd had that morning. She'd stopped checking the notes because she knew it. Harry stood at Nagini's right side. Voldemort stood near the wall. He had not been asked to leave and had not offered to. He stood very still with his arms at his sides and watched with the expression of someone doing their utmost to be nowhere in the room emotionally while being physically present in it. Draco was at the door. He'd been at many doors recently, the position of someone who was between places, not quite in either room, choosing incrementally. Harry had stopped trying to force his movement and simply made sure the door he was standing at was always open. Ron was beside Harry. He hadn't been assigned a role in the procedure. He was there because he was Ron and he went where his friends went, and his presence had the quality it always had in difficult moments, solid, warm, entirely unshowy, the kind of dependability that didn't announce itself. "Ready?" Harry said. Neville nodded. Hermione's wand continued its sequence without pause. Harry put both hands on Nagini's scales, felt the wrongness of the fragment immediately, that off-key note, that splinter of something that didn't belong in any living thing, and reached for it with the full depth of the wild and sovereign branches simultaneously. This was the part of the procedure that was new, the part Hermione hadn't been able to fully model in theory and had written Harry will know what to do here in her notes, which he'd found both flattering and alarming. He knew what to do. Not because he'd planned it but because the Sovereign Core understood the operation of magic in living things the way a musician understood the instrument, not intellectually, but in the hands, in the bones. He found the fragment. Isolated it from the surrounding living magic with the precision of someone removing a splinter from skin, finding the exact boundary, the exact line between what belonged and what didn't. The fragment responded to his attention the way they all had, recognition, reluctant but inevitable, the pulled gravity of magic returning to its proper authority. He lifted it free. It was different from the others. The cup had screamed. The diadem had gone cold and silent. The fragment in Nagini came free with a sensation that Harry could only describe as relief, not his relief, though he felt that too, but the relief of the fragment itself, the exhausted letting go of a piece of something that had been divided and wrong for too long. Nagini shuddered. A full body movement, from head to tail, that lasted about 3 seconds. Then she went still. Then she breathed, a long, deep breath that Harry felt under his hands as the expansion of her ribs, and made a sound that was not quite any sound he had a word for, in either language. Voldemort made a sound too. Very small. Something that he controlled immediately. But it had been there. Harry let the fragment integrate. The Sovereign Core took it the same way it had taken the others, clean and final, like water returning to a river. One more piece of Tom Riddle's divided soul returned to whatever it had been before he divided it, and Nagini was whole and unencumbered in a way she hadn't been for 15 years. She turned her great head toward Harry. Regarded him with those ancient amber eyes. "Thank you," she said, in her language. "That is the correct word." "Thank." "That is the correct word," Harry agreed. She looked at Voldemort. Something passed between them in the sustained silence, whatever language existed between a man and the only creature he had genuinely loved in 40 years, and then she moved, crossing the room with the fluid enormity of her kind, and coiled at Voldemort's feet. Not in the possessive way she usually coiled around him, like an extension of his power. Just near him. Just beside him. Voldemort looked down at her for a long moment. Then he looked up at Harry. "That's the last one," Harry said. "All 7. Voldemort nodded once. "The arrangement is complete on our side," Harry said. "Everything we committed to." "Yes," Voldemort said. "I am aware." He paused. "I have delivered the locket. I have honored the ceasefire. The Death Eater network is contained." He paused again, and when he spoke next his voice had a quality that it had developed across these 3 meetings, not warmth, nothing so generous as warmth, but a kind of stripped honesty that was its own version of respect. "You have been thorough, Potter." "So have you," Harry said. "A compliment?" "An acknowledgement." The corner of Voldemort's mouth moved. That same fractional not quite smile that had appeared at the second meeting, less controlled this time. "The formal acknowledgement ceremony," he said. "I will attend." This was new. Harry had not asked for this, had not expected it, had calibrated the entire arrangement around Voldemort's participation in reform as a background condition rather than a public statement. A formal acknowledgement, the sovereign ceremony that Ragnarok had indicated the old texts required, would mean Voldemort appearing publicly, before the wizarding world, and making the declaration that every Wizengamot member had made in courtroom 10. "You don't have to," Harry said. "I am aware of what I don't have to do," Voldemort said. "I am telling you what I will do." He looked at Harry steadily. "The compulsion is not the reason. Or not the only reason." He paused. "The world you are building is, more correct than what I was building. I am intelligent enough to acknowledge that." He said it with the careful effort of a man who had never said anything remotely like it and was choosing to say it because it was true, regardless of the cost to everything he'd spent his life being. Harry held that for a moment. "Thank you," he said. "Don't make it sentimental," Voldemort said, with a precision that was almost exactly what Harry imagined his own face looked like when people tried to make things sentimental about him, and for one entirely unexpected second they were, the two of them, on exactly the same page about exactly the same thing. The formal acknowledgement ceremony was set for the following Saturday. The week between was the most concentrated week of work Harry had done since the Rite, which was saying something. The locket's destruction, conducted by Ragnarok on Monday morning with the same focused precision as the cup, the same distant scream, the same reverberating silence after, left him with a sense of completion that was structural rather than emotional, like the last load-bearing piece of a scaffold being removed to reveal the building standing independently. The Blood Registry repeal cleared its final committee on Tuesday. Marchbanks brought it to a full Wizengamot vote on Wednesday with a 12-minute speech that Harry thought was the finest piece of legal oratory he'd ever heard, precise, historically grounded, and completely without sentimentality, which made it more powerful than any amount of emotion would have. The vote was 44-8. The 8 who voted against did so on the record, which meant they were now on the record on the wrong side of history, which was its own kind of consequence. Kingsley had been confirmed as the permanent head of magical law enforcement on Tuesday, which meant the institutional resistance infrastructure that Thickness had been building dissolved for lack of anyone to maintain it. He'd sent Harry a note that said simply, "Finally." Harry had sent back, "Don't celebrate yet, there's a lot more work." Kingsley had sent back, "I know. I'm celebrating the moment anyway." The Daily Prophet's coverage had shifted across the week in the gradual, reluctant way of an institution that had been wrong about something and was recalibrating without admitting it. Bradley's stories had been running alongside the Quibbler series, and the contrast between his accurate, sourced reporting and the earlier sensationalized coverage was visible enough that readers had noticed and written in. The letters column on Thursday was the most interesting thing the Prophet had printed in years. Draco had moved, on Wednesday, from the doorway to the table. He'd simply sat down at breakfast and started talking, not an announcement, not a speech, just joining the conversation that was already happening, contributing a specific piece of information about Death Eater operational structures that turned out to be genuinely useful, and then helping himself to toast. Ron had pushed the marmalade toward him without comment. Hermione had added him to her operational notes. Neville had nodded. Luna had said, "I thought it would be Wednesday," and nobody asked how she'd known. Thursday brought something Harry had not anticipated, which was a letter from Augusta Longbottom. It was formal and brief and contained exactly 2 sentences after the salutation, "I have watched you work this past fortnight. You are worthy of my grandson's loyalty, which is the highest assessment I make of anyone." It was signed with a formality that somehow, because of its complete lack of cushioning, managed to be deeply moving. Harry wrote back, "Thank you. He's worthy of everyone's." Friday was for the people. Not the institutions, not the ceremony, not the political mechanics, the actual people. Harry, Ron, Hermione, Neville, Luna, and Draco spent Friday in the wizarding communities that had been most affected by the ambient magic changes of the past 2 weeks. The squibs who had developed new sensitivity. The communities near the old magical sites where the wild magic had moved through. The families who'd had encounters with ancient presences awakening in ways that had been frightening rather than wonderful. Harry sat with people and listened. Not in the capacity of a sovereign meeting subjects, that framing was exactly what he'd wanted to avoid and had been careful about since the Wizengamot session. Just a person sitting across from other people and listening to what their lives felt like in this changed world. A woman in Leeds whose 9-year-old son, a squib, had come running in from the garden on the morning of Harry's birthday to say that the flowers were talking to him. She'd thought he was making it up. He hadn't been. Now he could feel plants the way Neville felt them, not with magic but with something adjacent, a sensitivity, a two-way awareness. He was sitting at the kitchen table when Harry arrived, his hands in a pot of soil, with an expression of absolute contentment. An older wizard in the Highlands who had spent 30 years managing an ancient presence under his land that had occasionally been difficult. Since the activation, the presence had become helpful, oriented by Harry's wild magic communication toward the natural channels. It now moved in ways that kept the man's property free from the dark magic residue that occasionally blew in from old battle sites to the north. "It's like having a very old dog," the man said, with the thoughtful tone of someone who has revised their assessment of a situation. Once it knew what it was supposed to do. A small community in Wales where 3 families had had their protective wards dissolved by wild magic passage and had spent 2 frightening nights unprotected. Harry had worked with them to rebuild the wards in a form that would coexist with the new ambient level rather than being dissolved by it. The work had taken most of an afternoon. When it was done, one of the older witches had pressed a jar of something into his hands, homemade something, preserves of some kind, and said, in Welsh, something that Luna quietly translated as, "The magic knows its own." It always did. He kept the jar. Friday evening, back at the leaky cauldron, he sat with his friends in the quiet of the private dining room and felt the week behind him, the locket, the registry repeal, Draco at the table, Nagini Hole, people in their homes with wards that worked. The pieces of a different world assembling themselves out of the wreckage of the old one. "Tomorrow," Ron said. "Tomorrow," Harry agreed. "How do you feel?" Hermione asked. She was not asking a general question. She was asking a specific one, in the voice she used when she actually wanted to know. Harry thought about it honestly. "Like it's right," he said. "Not finished. Not simple. But right." He paused. "Merlin's letter said do what you were going to do anyway. I think I finally understand what that means. It means, this was always where I was going. The sovereignty didn't create the direction. It just confirmed it." "And Voldemort tomorrow," Ron said. Not with tension. Just naming it. "And Voldemort tomorrow," Harry agreed. "Do you trust him?" "No," Harry said. "Not fully. Not yet. Maybe not ever completely." He looked at Ron. "But I trust that he's intelligent enough to see what the better path is, and I trust that the compulsion and the Horcrux removals and the arrangement together create conditions where cooperation is genuinely in his interest." "That's not the same as trust." He paused. "It's the beginning of the conditions that might someday produce trust. That's probably the best we get with Tom Riddle." Ron considered this. Better than the alternative. Much better. Saturday was gray and cool, the sky carrying clouds that moved fast across a wind Harry couldn't feel at ground level. The ceremony was at Gringotts. Ragnarok had been adamant about this, which Harry respected. The original compact lived in the goblins' keeping. The acknowledgement happened in their space. The Grand Hall of Gringotts had been arranged, for the first time in its history, into something other than a banking floor. The teller windows remained. Nothing in Gringotts was ever rearranged without function, but the central floor had been cleared and a circular space prepared, the same angular script from the vault corridor running in a ring on the floor, glowing faintly with the warm gold of the Veritas sign. The attendance was by invitation only. Harry had been firm about this: no crowd, no spectacle, no press gallery. The people in this room were the people who had made the past 2 weeks possible and the people whose acknowledgement was structurally necessary. The Order members. Marchbanks and 6 Wisengamot members whose acknowledgement today would formally legitimize the reform framework in progress. Kingsley and 2 senior Aurors. Ragnarok and 4 senior goblins. McGonagall and Flitwick, because the castle needed to be represented. Augusta Longbottom, because Neville deserved to have her there and she deserved to see it. Xenophilius loved good, because Luna deserved the same. Arthur Weasley, who had arrived early and was looking around the hall with the expression of a man in the best possible version of a situation he'd been imagining for a long time. And Tom Riddle, who arrived last, with Nagini at his side, not coiled, not performing, just moving beside him as a living thing moved beside a person it had chosen, and who walked into the grand hall of Gringotts with the composed, deliberate bearing of a man who had decided to do a difficult thing and was doing it without hedging. The Death Eaters present were three, Draco, Lucius, and Severus Snape, who had arrived with Dumbledore at McGonagall's quiet insistence and whose presence was a story in itself, a man who had been living inside a double life for 15 years and for whom today was, in a specific way, the resolution of something that had cost him more than most people in the room would ever know. Harry noted Snape's presence. Caught his eye briefly across the room. Snape looked back with the expression he'd been wearing for 6 years around Harry, complicated, contained, layered with things that would probably take months to fully unpack. Harry gave him a nod that was small and genuine. Snape returned it with the same quality. Later, Harry thought. There were things to say. But later. Dumbledore was near the back of the room, standing with Aberforth, who Harry hadn't expected and who looked exactly like his portrait of himself, broader, rougher, utterly without pretension. The two brothers stood close together in the quiet way of people who had been apart for too long and were not going to waste the time they had now by being far apart. Harry stood in the center of the circular space and let the room settle into quiet. It didn't take long. There was something about the space, the Veritas sign inscription on the floor, the ancient weight of the goblin's keeping, the way the ambient magic of the room moved and recognized, that produced a natural quiet. Not silence imposed from outside. Silence arising from within, the way it arose in places that were genuinely sacred. He looked around the room. At the faces. At the enormous range of what was represented here, old blood and new, magical creatures and wizards, reformed enemies and oldest friends, the young and the ancient, the living and the dying. At Ron, who had pushed the marmalade across the table and meant by that gesture exactly everything it was possible to mean by a gesture. At Hermione, whose notebooks had made this possible in the most literal sense and who was standing without a notebook for the first time in 2 weeks, her hands still for once. At Neville, who was the warden and knew it now, his new wand at his side and his magic awake and present and fully his, standing straight in a room full of powerful people and being the most grounded person in it. At Luna, whose gray eyes were moving around the room with the specific quality of someone who had been seeing a picture complete itself over a long time and was now looking at the finished version. At Draco, who was standing beside his father with a different quality than he'd ever stood beside his father, not behind, not in shadow, just beside, as himself. At Dumbledore, whose blackened hand was visible and uncovered and who was smiling with the complete, unmanaged warmth of a man who has set down something he'd been carrying for too long. At Voldemort, who was standing at the edge of the circular space with Nagini beside him and his face carrying that stripped, careful honesty he'd been developing across 3 meetings, not transformed, not redeemed in any simple sense, not a different man. The same man, making a different choice. Which was, Harry thought, the only version of change that was ever actually real. Harry spoke. Not a speech. He hadn't prepared a speech and didn't want one. He spoke the way he'd spoken in every significant moment of the past 2 weeks, directly, plainly, without theater. The sovereignty isn't about me, he said. That's the first thing. It's about magic recognizing that it needs a governing principle, not a ruler, not a tyrant, but a representative. Someone who can speak for magic's own authority when that authority has been ignored or abused or simply forgotten. He paused. I didn't ask for it. I wouldn't have chosen it, if I'd been given a choice, because it's enormous and complicated and the weight of it is something I'm going to be learning to carry for the rest of my life. He looked around the room. But I was chosen, and I accept it. Not reluctantly. Fully. He said the next part looking at specific people as he said it. The reforms that have started will continue. The blood registry is gone. The institutional corruption that's been running the ministry for decades is being addressed. The rights of magical creatures are going to be codified in actual law rather than policy guidelines that get ignored. This is not a negotiation. These things are happening. What I'm asking from everyone in this room is not agreement with every step of how they happen. I'm asking for the acknowledgement that the authority behind them is legitimate, that magic itself has spoken on what it requires from a healthy wizarding world. He looked at Voldemort last. Some of you are here because you've been working toward this for a long time. Some of you are here because circumstances changed and you were intelligent enough to change with them. He held Voldemort's gaze briefly. Both are welcome. The world I'm trying to build has room for people who got here by different roads. What it doesn't have room for is the things that made those roads necessary in the first place. He stopped talking. That was the speech. Ragnock stepped forward and read from a scroll, the formal acknowledgement text, in the original language first and then in English, the same 12 words that the Wizengamot had spoken in courtroom 10. He read it twice, and then he looked up, and the room understood what came next. They spoke it in groups, not quite in unison, each voice finding the rhythm of the sentence in their own time. The Order members first, then the Wizengamot representatives, then Kingsley and the Aurors, then McGonagall and Flitwick, then Ragnock and the goblins in their own language, a different set of words but carrying the same meaning. Ragnock had assured Harry, the same commitment. We acknowledge the sovereignty of magic and its designated representative. Augusta Longbottom's voice was precise and strong. Xenophilius Lovegood's was warm. Arthur Weasley said it with the quality of someone who had been waiting his entire career to say something this true out loud. McGonagall said it with the tone she used for things that mattered. Lucius Malfoy said it quietly and completely. Draco said it without hesitation. Snape said it the way Snape said everything important, without visible emotion, which fooled nobody. Dumbledore said it with his eyes closed briefly, then open, the twinkling replaced by something steadier and sadder and more honest. He held Harry's gaze when he said it and Harry held his back. Then Voldemort. He said it the way he did everything, with precision and full awareness of every word's weight. We acknowledge the sovereignty of magic and its designated representative. 7 words spoken by Tom Marvolo Riddle, who had spent his entire life refusing to acknowledge any authority over himself, who had divided his soul to avoid being subject to death and built an empire to avoid being subject to anyone or anything, who was now standing in the Grand Hall of Gringotts and saying what the universe had required him to say. His voice was even. His posture was straight. His red eyes were on Harry and they were clear. He said it once. He said it completely. Nagini, beside him, raised her head. The inscription on the floor flared gold, genuinely gold, not a color imitating gold but the Veritasene's gold, the acknowledgement gold, the same light that had climbed Harry's arm in the circular chamber 3 weeks ago, and spread through the room's ambient magic the way warmth spread through cold air. Every person in the room felt it. Harry could see it in their faces, the shift, the settling, the sensation of something fundamental clicking into its correct alignment after a very long time in the wrong position. Not magic being imposed. Magic recognizing what had been done and ratifying it. It lasted about 10 seconds. Then it was just a room full of people standing in the morning. Ragnock rolled up his scroll. Ron exhaled audibly. Hermione made a sound that was not quite a laugh and not quite a sob and was entirely characteristic of someone whose careful management of her own emotions had just been briefly overwhelmed by something larger than she'd made room for. Harry stood in the middle of it and felt, for the first time in his entire life, that the space around him was exactly the right size for what he was. Not too large. Not too small. Just the right size. The room began to move, people finding each other, conversation starting, the natural decompression of a significant shared moment releasing into the easier channels of social interaction. Moody went immediately to the edges of the room to check sight lines, which was Moody acknowledging something important had happened by doing exactly what he always did. Arthur shook Ragnock's hand with the enthusiasm of a man who had been hoping to do this for years. Harry moved through it, speaking briefly to people as they found him, a word with McGonagall about Hogwarts and what the updated wards meant for the new term, a word with Marchbanks about the next legislative priorities, a longer word with Snape that was private and necessary and would have to remain so, but that involved Harry saying I know what you sacrificed and Snape saying don't be maudlin about it. Potter in a voice that had nothing maudlin in it and everything grateful. Voldemort was at the edge of the room when Harry reached him, standing with the self-contained stillness that was simply how he existed in spaces, Nagini moving quietly nearby. How does it feel? Harry asked. Voldemort looked at him. Smaller, he said. Than I expected. The acknowledgement? The surrender. He said it flatly, without self-pity, the word chosen with precision because it was the accurate one and he was going to use it. I expected it to feel like destruction. It feels like, he paused. Reduction. Which is different. Yes, Harry said. It is. What you said earlier. About the world having room for people who got here by different roads. Voldemort held his gaze. You meant that. I meant it. I will test it, Voldemort said. Not a threat. An honest prediction about his own behavior, made with the self-awareness of a man who knew his limitations and was, for possibly the first time, intending to work around them rather than weaponize them. I know, Harry said. I'll hold the line when you do. I expect nothing less. He paused, and then said something Harry hadn't expected. The reforms. The creature rights legislation. He was looking at Nagini. Ensure it includes serpents. Harry looked at him for a moment. It already does. Voldemort nodded. Said nothing more. But he nodded. The afternoon was for the people who deserved it most. Harry found Ron and Hermione at a table in a corner of the hall with 2 cups of tea each and an expression of profound, satisfied exhaustion. He sat down between them and didn't say anything for a while, which was its own kind of speech between people who had been through everything together. We did it, Ron said eventually. We're not done, Hermione said. Can we be done for 20 minutes? She considered this. 15. Hermione. 20, she said, and picked up her tea. Harry laughed. Genuinely, freely, the laugh that came from somewhere that had been under pressure for a long time and had just, briefly, been released. Ron laughed too. Even Hermione smiled in the way she did when she was trying not to and losing the argument. Neville found them. Then Luna. Then Draco, who stood at the edge of the table for exactly 2 seconds before Ron moved his chair over without being asked, which was the closest Ron was going to get to an explicit invitation and which Draco accepted without comment, sitting down with the careful ease of someone who was learning what it felt like to simply be somewhere without performing anything. The 6 of them sat in the corner of Gringotts Grand Hall and had tea and talked about nothing important. Neville mentioned a new growing technique he wanted to try, Luna said something about a Quibbler article her father was writing that had nothing to do with any of this, Ron argued with Draco about Quidditch in the automatic, semi-hostile way of 2 people who are going to be arguing about this forever, and Harry sat in the middle of it and let it be ordinary. Not finished. Not simple. Not resolved in the tidy way of stories that ended rather than stories that continued. Voldemort was in the world and would test the arrangement and would require watching. The reforms were underway and would be fought at every bureaucratic step. Dumbledore had 6 months that Ragnarok's people were working on but couldn't promise to extend. The wild magic was managed but not settled. Draco was at the table but was not anywhere near fully reconciled with his history. Snape carried wounds that no acknowledgement fully addressed. None of it was finished. But it was right. It was moving in the right direction, under the right authority, held by the right people. Harry picked up his tea. The hum in his chest was steady and warm, the sovereign's frequency, the sound that magic made when it was operating as it was supposed to, not imposed, not forced, not owned by anyone's ambition or fear. Just present. Just real. Just the world's most fundamental principle, working through a person who had never asked to carry it and had decided, fully and without reservation, to carry it well. His mother had made a choice in a house in Godric's Hollow. His father had made choices before that. Lines of choices running back through generations, through Merlin's vault and the angular script that meant here is the beginning of all things answerable to magic, through 14 centuries of a world waiting for the right person to arrive. He thought about Merlin's last line. It was always going to be you. He looked at his friends. At the room. At the world continuing in its imperfect, complicated, genuinely better direction. He put down his tea. Right, he said. What's next? Hermione had her notebook out before he finished the sentence. Outside, London was grey and cool and moving the way it always moved, dense and purposeful and alive. The Thames ran its proper color, no trace of gold, nothing ancient visibly displaced. The Quibbler's morning edition was on newsstands across the country. The blood registry was gone. In the ministry, a new head of magical law enforcement was working with a mandate that was legitimate for the first time in the institution's history. In Hogwarts, McGonagall was checking the updated wards and finding them holding. In a manor house in Wiltshire, Narcissa Malfoy was reading the morning paper and allowing herself, quietly, to exhale. In the Riddle house on the hill above Little Hangleton, Voldemort sat alone in the room with the black-flamed fireplace, with Nagini whole and present at his feet, and read the formal acknowledgement text from the ceremony scroll that Ragnarok had provided. He read it twice. He set it down. He looked at the fire. He was thinking. He was always thinking. But the thinking had a different quality now, less of the closed, consuming spiral of a man trying to find angles in an unwinnable war, more of the open, considered quality of a person with a problem that had a solution and sufficient intelligence to find it. Not good. Not yet. Possibly never entirely. But working with the world rather than against it, for the first time in 40 years, and finding that the world, for its part, was working with him. Nagini shifted at his feet. Made a small sound. He reached down, briefly, and touched her scales. She was warm and whole and entirely herself. The fire burned. The world held.